Chapter 241. Ye Cheng exhaled a long, weary sigh, one he'd been holding back until now. He was alone in Yunsheng's space, his private cultivation realm, and no one could hear him. Certainly not his grandfather, Nalan Yunshan, who had already departed for Kongming King City to oversee the branch's affairs. Had the old man been here, Ye Cheng dared not imagine the argument that would have erupted. After all, in the cultivation world, breakthroughs of this magnitude don't happen overnight. Ascending from Venerable to Tianzun often requires 2 or 3 centuries of relentless dedication. Moving on from Tianzun to Shenzhen can easily take a millennium, and yet Ye Cheng, who'd been cultivating for less than 2 years, had blasted straight to Daozun in only 3. News like that would shatter every expectation and send the entire sect into uproar if he ever stepped outside. Even now, Ye Cheng felt the weight of disbelief pressing down on him. Such swift advancement should be impossible. And if it weren't for the secret protection of Yunsheng's space, he might already be defending his reputation against skeptics. Instead, he let his frustrations settle into determined resolve. If the world refused to accept his progress, he would make sure they had no choice but to acknowledge it. Ye Cheng pressed his palms together, closed his eyes, and murmured, "I need ever more precious resources." Shaking off the stray thoughts that threatened his focus, he reminded himself to shatter his current cultivation bottleneck and ascend swiftly into the Saint Venerable realm. Ordinary imperial medicines simply wouldn't suffice. Even if he refined every imperial herb into an imperial treasure pill, he'd need hundreds, or even thousands, to make any real progress. What he truly required was a genuine holy medicine. A flicker of triumph crossed his features. Thankfully, I killed Luo Xuan, the reborn, and absorbed his soul memories. Although Luo Xuan had been reborn and never lived through the entire unfolding of the great world, his memories still held tremendous value. In them lay 10 years' worth of knowledge, from the moment the great world first opened to the era of the ancient road of canonization's debut. Ye Cheng let those recollections wash over him. He recalled how, only a few years after the great world's gates swung wide, a divine treasure emerged, within it a fabled holy medicine, the true dragon immortal pill. Word of that miraculous herb had drawn countless geniuses into fierce competition, each vying for even a single fragment of its power. If he could uncover the secrets of that pill, its origin, its cultivation grounds, its refining process, he might procure or even recreate the true dragon immortal holy medicine for himself. With such an elixir in hand, nothing would stand between Ye Cheng and the Saint Venerable realm. And if the price was perilous competition among the world's strongest cultivators, so be it. He had Luo Xuan's memories now, and that was the edge he needed. Even the Sea Goddess and the Void God's Taoist, 2 of the great world's greatest champions in Luo Xuan's recollection, had thrown themselves into the struggle. Yet in the end, victory belonged to a man rumored to be the true son of a saint from the previous era. With his father's backing and armed with the legendary True Dragon Immortal Pill, he completed the inaugural trial of the ancient saint road. He emerged as a new ancient saint, a figure destined to preside over the world for 100,000 years, an achievement that drove Luo Xuan nearly mad with envy. But that was not all. A second divine treasure, far more extraordinary, only revealed itself 6 or 7 years after the great world first opened. It lay hidden in the bitterly cold northern reaches of Nanshuan Shenzhou, in a tiny, unforgiving territory simply known as the Mountain Domain. At the world's opening, not even the saint-level sects took notice. Most imperial clans dismissed the site as little more than an ancient giant's relic deep in the mountains. In the remote mountain-high Nenterlands, legends spoke of a solitary giant whose cultivation had reached little more than the venerable realm. Hardly the stuff of grand imperial ambitions, his legacy seemed destined to gather dust, too insignificant even for second-tier sects to dispatch envoys after. Yet fate had other designs. An obscure mountain boy named Ye Cheng, unknown to the wider world, unexpectedly discovered the giant's sealed inheritance vault. Against all odds, he navigated its life-threatening trials, narrowly surviving one deadly test after another. When the final barrier fell, Ye Cheng emerged alone, clutching the treasure and reborn in both body and spirit. His once ordinary potential exploded into brilliance. His physical cultivation soared to unprecedented heights, and his innate talent ripened overnight. Word of his miraculous transformation spread like wildfire. By the time the ancient path of canonization descended upon the lands of Shenzhou for the first time, Ye Cheng was ready. He stood toe-to-toe with Taoist Shushan, a revered sage said to have attained the pure-blood divine demon state, and neither managed to claim victory. Their duels ended in stalemate, setting the stage for a rivalry that would challenge the very foundations of cultivation itself. In the end, it was Taoist Shushan who ascended to the Emperor realm, owned his physique to perfection, evolved his great heavenly demon body, and then slew the genius. What an astounding achievement! Although the genius never revealed the contents of his divine treasure before dying, any clear-headed person would deduce one thing. Inside that vault lay a sacred medicine, perhaps even rarer than the true dragon immortal herb. Without such a miracle cure, no one could possibly stand toe-to-toe with the great world's foremost prodigy. Ye Cheng replayed the memory over and over. Two divine treasures now lay within his reach, one in Yuanlong Valley, where the true dragon immortal herb was said to bloom, the other atop the remote mountain, rumored to conceal a mysterious elixir. Both treasures beckoned, and yet it was Yuanlong Valley that truly captured his attention. Still, he couldn't shake his curiosity about the mountain's hidden wonder. What form did that elusive holy medicine take, and what secrets might it hold? The mountain region itself lay too far from any established route, and, more frustrating still, Luoxuan's recollection gave no clear coordinates. All he'd left behind was the knowledge that this relic was the first true inheritance treasure to surface in that remote range since the Great World's opening. Naturally, news of such a discovery had spread, drawing the eyes of every power both great and small. Under normal circumstances, a hidden valley that size, even one newly stirred by the great world's convulsions, would never yield an inheritance treasure. Only a master of exceptional might could leave behind an artifact of that caliber, and without Vlad's precise map or landmark, Ye Cheng's divine sense, even vastly superior to that of ordinary cultivators, would be stretched to its limits. Tracking that treasure might take him as long as it would to refine his cultivation, all the way to sainthood. But the Yuanlong Valley treasure was different. Chapter 1. The Hidden Path in Yuanlong Valley. Yuanlong Valley, nestled at the heart of Nanshan Shenzhou, is legendary among cultivators. Here, countless spiritual veins converge, and the ambient spiritual energy is so rich that even ordinary medicinal plants can sprout miraculous properties. 3 imperial sects have each established a Taoist temple gate along the valley's rim, vying for mastery of its boundless bounty. For Ye Cheng, however, Yuanlong Valley offers more than just abundant energy. It is a living map of unborn divine treasures. By tapping into his cultivated divine consciousness and the fickle sway of fortune, he can perceive the shadowy outlines of these treasures long before they manifest in the mortal realm. Once he marks a treasure's future location with a spirit seal, he need only wait for it to materialize, then slip in to claim the precious medicinal cores. Though this method demands patience, it spares him the blind, fruitless searches that plague lesser cultivators, scouring the valley's dense peaks and tangled ravines. Just as Ye Cheng gathered his tools and prepared to depart, slipping his spirit ring into his robes and adjusting the straps on his travel satchel, a sudden pulse of qi flared through his ring's tether. Startled, he paused, eyes tightening as he drew the ring from its hiding place. An urgent message glowed on its surface, the script shifting like living mist. Whatever awaited him in Yuanlong Valley could, and evidently would, have to wait. Chapter 242. A junior disciple burst into the pavilion, excitement in his voice. "Pavilion Master, news just arrived." Ye Cheng looked up from his meditation, his interest instantly piqued. "What is it?" "The Julie Mountains in central Shenzhou have appeared." At those words, Ye Cheng rose to his feet, his eyes shining like twin stars. The Julie Mountains, a secret realm even more legendary than Yuanlong Valley. Long before the Great World fractured, they were counted among the 10 treasures of Nanshan Shenzhou. If the ancient battlefield of the 3,000 realms served as the ultimate proving ground for cultivators across those realms, then the Julie Mountains stood as one of the premier trial fields for every prodigy in Nanshan Shenzhou. What made the Julie Mountains so elusive was their unpredictable cycle. They typically emerged once every 1,000 years, though on occasion they vanished from the mortal plane for 10 millennia before reappearing. In the centuries leading up to an opening, the entire mountain range, an expanse stretching thousands of miles, would slip into void cracks, hidden from all who sought it. Countless powerhouses of Shenzhou had attempted to capture or restrain the Julie Mountains, hoping to claim its boundless treasures and unique cultivation resources. Every attempt had ended in failure. The realm's defenses were woven from ancient will and cosmic patterns, impervious to mortal stratagems. Now, with word of its reemergence, every major sect and wandering genius would soon be racing toward the Julie Mountains. Ye Cheng tightened his robe, determination blazing in his eyes. The next great trial, his trial, was about to begin. The Julie Mountains once served as the sacred mountain gate of the Julie divine sect, a venerable order that thrived in ancient Nanchuan Shenzhou. Though the sect itself has long since been wiped from the records of history, the residual formation at its old mountain pass still imbues the range with an ethereal, otherworldly air. To Ye Cheng, the Julie Mountains held a significance that went well beyond their storied reputation or the prodigies who once emerged from them. Here at last was a permanent source of genuine holy herbs, ingredients crucial to any ambitious cultivator's advancement. As the former seat of the Julie divine sect, the mountains almost certainly concealed mysteries and treasures far more profound than even the emperor-grade relics Ye Cheng had uncovered elsewhere. Yet entry into the Julie Mountains was guarded by exceptionally strict conditions. Most mundane treasures in the realm are simply restricted by a cultivator's realm or the age of their immortal core. Within this mountain gate, however, the rules were even harsher. No cultivator could enter if they had already reached the emperor realm, and their immortal core could be more than 100 years old. While there existed obscure methods to skirt the age limitation, those methods demanded special sect credentials Ye Cheng did not yet possess. Therefore, despite his eagerness, stepping beyond the mountain's mist-shrouded path would require him to first secure a valid invitation or a lost token of the Julie divine sect itself. It was clear that, given Luoxuan's past life achievements, the Julie Mountains lay far beyond his, and thus Ye Cheng's grasp. His memories contained almost no details about that mysterious range. Had it not been for his own network, most notably the constant inquiries by Tianshu Pavilion, he would have missed this vital intelligence altogether. Of course, Ye Cheng murmured, I must build my own power. I can't rely solely on Luoxuan's recollections. He turned back to the detailed report from Tianshu Pavilion. According to their latest intelligence, the Julie Mountains currently exist only as a spectral image within Shenzhou's central Tianyuan domain. In about 3 months, that illusion is expected to solidify and descend upon the land in full reality. Though the window was narrow, it would give Ye Cheng just enough time to make his preparat, ions. In the meantime, no peer of his generation posed a serious threat. In the 9 Li Mountains, Ye Cheng faces far more than rival cultivators of his own generation. Ancient guardian spirit puppets left behind by the Julie divine sect still stand vigil throughout the peaks, and countless demons and ferocious beasts roam these wilds. Though Shenzhou cultivators may encounter power restrictions here, the strength of these guardians, monsters, and spirits varies wildly. Even under the protective projections of the Tianlian god puppet and the Kangwu immortal king, Ye Cheng knows his personal killing power must grow if he hopes to survive and triumph. Thankfully, his recent expeditions yielded a treasure trove of imperial-grade materials and weapons. Perfect fuel for a grand upgrade to his signature technique, the Jushian sword formation. Determined, he steps out of his soul-enriching chamber and moves to a secluded valley just beyond Zhonglin City's eastern walls. There, he raises his hand and calls upon the surrounding spiritual energy. Streams of luminous qi swirl down from the mountain mists, converging around him like ribbons of light. In less than the time it takes for a single incense stick to burn, Ye Cheng inscribes 36 intricate spiritual conduits into the valley floor, each formation a vital artery in his enhanced Jushian sword network. As the final glyph glows to life, the ground trembles faintly beneath his feet. Soon, he will wield a power worthy of challenging the greatest terrors hidden within the 9 Li Mountains, and carve his name into the annals of legendary cultivators. Ye Cheng surveyed the 36 one-time spiritual convergence arrays he'd just activated. Though each formation could only be used once, their combined power was extraordinary. As they intertwined, a rosy radiance blossomed overhead, transforming the entire valley into a celestial panorama. Thanks to the heaven-covering seal he had erected earlier, no external disturbance was triggered, one of the many advantages conferred by his Chaos Body. The Chaos Body was unique in its ability to absorb every pathway of cultivation and assimilate all laws of the universe. Its magical energy, known as Chaos Magical Power, was similarly unrestricted, capable of fueling not only complex formations, but also the most arcane alchemical recipes. Buried within the depths of his body's power were countless priceless formulas for ancient pills and elixirs. With the spiritual convergence arrays humming at full strength, Ye Cheng wasted no time. He channeled the Chaos Magical Power into the Zhuxian sword formation and set about reforging his arsenal. Blade by blade, he reclaimed and reshaped his weapons until each one gleamed with fresh purpose. In just 1 month, he had sacrificed and reforged 2 Emperor-grade swords, pushing their quality to the peak of the Emperor tier. Moreover, his long-cherished quasi-saint artifact, the Suzaku Heavenly Seal, had now transcended its former state and reborn as the Suzaku Heavenly Sword, its aura blazing like the fabled vermilion phoenix. Standing amidst the soft glow of perfected steel and surging spiritual light, Ye Cheng felt the full might of his chaos body surge through him. Ahead lay countless trials and even greater masterpieces of blade and spirit, but for the moment, he allowed himself a quiet nod of satisfaction. Everything was coming together perfectly. Ye Cheng's eyes burned with ambition as he traced invisible sigils through the air. "Once I sacrifice and refine another Emperor's sword," he murmured, "my Zhuxian sword formation will break through to the quasi-saint realm." At present, only one weapon in history had ever attained that level, the legendary Suzaku Heavenly Sword, and even it ranked merely as a primary quasi-saint armament. Yet if Ye Cheng could channel its power into his formation, he knew his killing force would rival the greatest heavenly emperors. With the Tianlian god puppet at his side, he alone would stand equal to 2 heavenly emperors combined. In the wilds of the Ye Mountains, that strength might not conquer the entire region, but it would ensure he could never be threatened. Deep in seclusion, Ye Cheng closed his eyes and dove into the heart of the Zhuxian sword formation. Outside, the very peaks of Juli trembled, and a furious gale swept across all Nanshuan Shenzhou, shaking heaven and earth. From hidden sanctuaries and secret valleys, saint-level sects gods and goddesses emerged, drawn by the tempest's call. Rumors crackled like thunder through every corner of the realm. The Son of God, Zhen Kui, has ended his retreat. 10 Dharma protectors march with him toward the Tianyuan domain. Word of mouth spread like wildfire throughout the realms. Ye Cheng was on the move again. Clad in his familiar wandering robes, and now wielding one of the 3 supreme imperial weapons inherited from Zhen Kui, he also carried with him a schematic for a sacred killing array, an invisible bulwark to guard his every step. His destination was none other than the legendary Juli Mountains, deep in the remote Tianyuan domain. At the same time, the long-dormant Wind Thunder Tower suddenly sprang to life. For centuries, its lineage had produced no heir, until now. From the tower's ancient sanctum emerged the reigning Son of Heaven of Wind and Thunder, accompanied by the equally fabled Wind Thunder Goddess. In perfect harmony, the 2 deities strode out of seclusion and set their course for Tianyuan, determined to stake their claim amid Juli's storied treasures. No sooner had that news broken than another ripple became a wave. The prodigious scion of the Liuhuo sect, reverently called the Son of the 6 Flames, announced his own emergence from meditative retreat. Having ascended to the Saint Queen tier, his power was said to eclipse that of ordinary venerables. At his side prowled a crimson flame lord lion, its Tao fruit matured to the Saint Venerable stage. Together, master and beast took to the road, bound for Juli's fabled elixirs. For Liuhuo's patriarch, himself a saint emperor poised to breach the emperor realm, grew frail and needed the life-stretching medicines hidden in those mist-shrouded peaks. and so the tide of destiny swelled. Tidings of these saint-level heirs, moving against one another in Tianyuan domain, poured in from every direction. Sects and lineages of old and new braced themselves, for in the race to conquer Julie's secrets, none could afford to stand idle. The astonishing power of these young prodigies has stunned and even terrified the descendants of the Emperor sect around the world. "Look at them," they whisper breathlessly. "These are the new champions of the great world. They're barely in their 20s and 30s, yet some have already broken through to the God-Emperor realm, or even the Saint-Emperor. For us, reaching venerable level is like storming an impenetrable fortress, but for them, it's merely a stepping stone to contest, and sometimes end, lives at will." A chorus of sighs rose among the Emperor sect's elders. Many felt abandoned by the march of history, as if their glory days had slipped through their fingers. And yet, they dared to hope. Their own heirs were finally awakening to this booming era. They might not yet rival the great saint-level sects, but the tide had turned. If these young cultivators could ride the momentum, if they could even reach the saint realm, then a new generation of saint-level power might spring from the Emperor sect once more. After all, in every great world, countless great sects have seized similar opportunities to secure a saint-level legacy. Why shouldn't it be their turn? Among the great Emperor sects, two sacred halls stand above all others, Kanghai Palace and Ziwei Imperial Palace. Of the two, Kanghai Palace commands the lion's share of attention. Rumor has it that its reigning matriarch has long since mastered the Saint Emperor Perfection realm. Now, she's broken her seclusion to venture into the Julie Mountains, there to gather divine-grade medicinal herbs, solidify an unparalleled cultivation foundation, and decatapult herself into the venerable realm with a single, earth-shattering breakthrough. By contrast, Ziwei Imperial Palace has remained curiously quiet for over a month. No signs of its famed imperial daughter emerging from retreat have appeared, leading many to suspect she's still meditating in some hidden grotto. Predictably, the palace finally issued a statement of its own. First true disciple Ji Haoran has emerged from seclusion. Nowhere did it mention the imperial daughter, who apparently will not be accompanying him to the Julie Mountains this time. Her progress on hold, her ambitions deferred yet again. Many cultivators shook their heads and sighed. The Purple Star Emperor's son has made a terrible decision. They couldn't fathom why he'd passed up the chance to enter the Julie Mountains, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to cultivate amid its exceptional spirit energy. Missing it would leave him a full step behind the heirs of the top sects. By the time he returns, they whispered ominously, someone like the sea goddess, fresh from Julie, may already have laid the foundation of a venerable core and be ready to ascend. Meanwhile, the Purple Star Emperor's son will still be grinding out basic spirit accumulation. For a while, those criticisms felt spot on. But the critics were about to be spectacularly proven wrong. When Ji Haoran arrived in the Tianyuan domain, he was invited to a lavish banquet hosted by the domain's overlord, a gathering of princes and princesses from the Tianyuan Holy Dynasty. In the midst of the revelry, he casually announced, "My brother, Ye Cheng, has retreated into seclusion, dedicating himself entirely to breaking through to the venerable realm." A stunned silence fell over the hall. With that single statement, every doubt evaporated. Once she emerges, she'll ascend to the rank of supreme giant. Those words rippled across the cultivation world like a thunderclap. "She's challenging the venerable realm," someone gasped. Can the Purple Way Emperor's daughter, built on her lifetime of foundation, really take that step? Another whispered in awe. Extraordinary, unheard of. In the grand Taoist sects of the highest order, no heir dares break through realms at will. Before any disciple is permitted to attempt a breakthrough, their ancestors pore over records again and again, ensuring every facet of their cultivation is flawless, every ounce of talent fully realized. Only then may they face the barrier to the next great realm. Yet here was the Purple Way Emperor's daughter, already in seclusion to shatter the venerable bottleneck. Far from lagging behind as rumors claimed, she was vaulting ahead of all her peers, taking a prodigious leap where others crept step by step. The Purple Way Emperor's daughter truly deserves her place among the greatest geniuses of our age. Thank goodness she remained in seclusion, Otherwise, the Julie Mountains would have been her private domain. Those who had once scoffed at the Purple Way Emperor's daughter now felt their cheeks burn with embarrassment. Many exhaled in relief, convinced that anyone bound for the Julie Mountains was lucky this time. Without the princess in the running, their chances of seizing a prized opportunity would be far greater. Still, a few voices of dissent rang out. Just because the Purple White Princess isn't here doesn't mean there aren't other prodigies. Talent runs deep in our world, and she's hardly invincible. Remember Miss Xianxia of the 3,000 Realms? Or that nameless prince whom the North Sea Emperor's daughter so admires? Either one of them could reshape the entire cultivation world, especially that nameless prince. At the mere mention of Ye Cheng and Xianxia, many cultivators exchanged knowing looks, their excitement barely restrained. Even the prodigies who had rushed to the heavenly origin domain, eagerly awaiting the true emergence of Julie Mountain, could only swallow their disappointment and admit defeat. Xianxia's strength is already formidable, they whispered, but if that nameless sword, Sman, appears, none of us will have the slightest chance. Our odds would be 0. More than a few of those geniuses secretly prayed that Ye Cheng wouldn't show up at Julie Mountain at all. Then a second piece of news exploded across Shenzhou, so startling that every cultivator, whether Xianxia or benevolent observer, stared in disbelief. Julie Mountain has manifested at last? Interesting. Perhaps I should cut short my retreat. Relay my decree to all under heaven. I grant the nameless swordsman, the Xianxia siblings, and the princess of the Northern Emperor one final summons. Come to Julie Mountain and pay homage to me. And mark this well, if you lay down your arms and join my banner, you shall be granted full pardon. Otherwise, when I return from Julie, I will bathe the world in their blood. Let it stand as the first sacrifice to my rebirth. With that decree, I sent the blazing demon battle corps racing in every direction, recruiting followers and expanding our reach. Though I have yet to open my mortal eyes, my name already echoes across Shenzhou. Emerging from seclusion with such a bold proclamation, I shook the very foundations of the cultivation world. Yet shock was not the only response. Many remembered how Qiang had fallen, and they doubted that Shushan Daozi, or the mighty Shushan Tower, could escape public disgrace this time. Shushan Tower is infamous, they whispered in dark alleys and grand halls alike. They flaunt their divine demonic bloodline, looking down on us mere mortals as if we were insects. But our human race has its own prodigies. All their celestial heritage means nothing. Sooner or later, even they will kneel. A roar of agreement followed. This world belongs to humanity, voices rang out. 3 million years ago, Shushan Tower seized dominion over us, slaughtering countless human geniuses. Never again will we bow to their arrogance. As the murmurs spread and loyalties shifted, one thing became clear. The age of Shushan Tower's unquestioned supremacy was coming to an end. And at its center stood Ye Cheng, unborn, yet already legendary. This spectacle will never be seen again in our lifetime. So all the geniuses exclaimed, awestruck by Ye Cheng and Xianxia. They might speak of revering Shushan Tower, but deep down they feared it, and with good reason. The tower's bloody legacy from 3 million years past left no room for genuine respect. Not long after the Shushan patriarch emerged from seclusion, word spread across the Tianyuan domain that something momentous was about to unfold. At the foot of the Julie mountain range stood Forging God City, a vast, magnificent metropolis built where the range itself first rose from the earth. In recent months, it had become the gathering point for cultivators from every corner of the realm, all eager to be the first to enter the newly born Julie Mountains and claim its hidden treasures. By dawn today, the city walls were already thronged with hopeful geniuses. Some had arrived weeks in advance. Others came in droves each morning, hoping to join the front lines. But just as the sun's first rays gilded the gate towers, a singular figure appeared that silenced every voice in Forging God City. Clad in gleaming purple and gold armor, he rode at a deliberate pace toward the gates, the folds of his cloak rippling in the breeze. Slung across his back was a battle flag bearing the unmistakable emblem of the Void God Tower, an image of an otherworldly spire wreathed in shadow and light. The flag snapped taut above him, announcing his presence like a thunderclap. At once, the gathered cultivators and prodigies fell into stunned silence. Whispers raced through the crowd. Is that, by the Void God Tower's decree? No one expected their envoy to arrive so soon, or to be this formidable. Every eye fixed on the armored warrior. His sharp features and unyielding gaze proclaimed both authority and power. In that moment, Forging God City knew history was about to be rewritten. Look, it's Xiang, the blazing demon battle body. Wasn't he crippled by Xianxia? How in the world has he recovered so quickly? A wave of astonishment rolled through God-Forging City. From every rooftop and alleyway below, cultivators craned their necks, eyes wide with disbelief. Xiang stood atop the central platform, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. All those who had doubted him, especially those who'd belittled his own son, now stared up in shock. How sweet, he thought, to see them swallow their pride. I've come only to deliver the imperial decree, Xiang announced, his voice booming across the plaza. In 3 days, my Taoist master will arrive here. Anyone interested in joining the Void God sect may register now. He paused, letting the murmurs swell before adding with deliberate calm. One warning, if you haven't reached the Holy Emperor realm, don't embarrass yourselves by signing up. A stunned silence fell. Then ripples of outrage and disbelief swept through the crowd. Holy Emperor realm? Is he actually demanding that level just to enter his sect? Tianjiao and high-level cultivators exchanged glances. The Holy Emperor realm was no small feat. It was the gate to true power. By setting the bar so high, Xiang had effectively dared anyone beneath that threshold to step forward. Arrogant, beyond measure. Yet no one could argue with his confidence. God-Forging City was rife with debate. Most of the descendants and divines of the Holy Taoist sects had barely reached the Holy Emperor realm. One challenger sneered, even if Taoist Shushan emerges from seclusion stronger than ever, who here would accept him, unless he's Holy Emperor rank? Is he truly worthy? Why not? Xiang replied with a mocking laugh. You haven't even attained Holy Emperor status yourselves, and yet you imagine serving my master? His voice dripped with contempt as he swept his gaze across the assembled cultivators. Then, with a single gesture of his battle standard, a rift ripped open in midair. Xiang let out a disdainful snort. Frankly, you're no more than ants to us, unworthy even of being my master's followers. I have better things to do than bandy words with you. Soon you'll see exactly why my master set this rule. I only hope you won't come to regret your insolence. With that, he strode through the crack in space and disappeared toward the next city. The cultivators of God-Forging City stared after him, eyes wide with confusion and surprise. What was Xiang's purpose, and what regrets did he foresee for them? Everyone had scoffed. There was no way they'd ever regret their choice, they'd thought. But at that very moment, a faint stir drifted in from the direction of the city lord's mansion. At the heart of the city, always the first place to catch the latest tidings. Curious eyes turned that way. What's happening over there? Another saint's heir born, one whispered. Or finally word on His Highness Wuming, another ventured. The crowd surged forward, only to freeze in place as the murmur swelled like an incoming tide. What began as a soft ripple of voices soon became a deafening roar, spreading swiftly from the mansion's gates to every corner of the city. The Void God Tower reports, the heralds cried. Our Taoist of the Void God lineage has cultivated a pure-blooded god-devil physique and broken through to the venerable realm. Gasps rippled through the masses. In this era, we have our very first venerable among the young geniuses. Chapter 243. News of Shu Shen Daozi's breakthrough swept across every corner of the realm, leaving cultivators breathless. Against all expectations, he had ascended into the venerable realm, the first true prodigy of the younger generation ever to achieve such a status. As he strode from the gates of Shu Shen Tower, his mere presence seemed to challenge the heavens themselves. Cultivators across the Holy Taoist Order trembled at the announcement. A venerable under 30? We haven't seen a feat like this since the Golden Age. And now he's mastering a pure-blood god-demon physique, something never before recorded. His killing intent must exceed even his power 3 million years past. Whispers of alarm rippled among the sons and daughters of the godly clans. Even the most seasoned elders felt that familiar weight in their chests, the oppressive might of Shu Shen Tower bearing down on them once more. Though Shushen Daozi had yet to strike a single blow, his reputation alone was enough to sow doubt. Would this new era of human prodigies be eclipsed, just as it had been countless times before? High atop its mountain summit, Shushen Tower loomed like a dark star, its light now brighter, its shadow darker, and its air more formidable than ever. 3 million years ago, Ye Cheng unleashed a cataclysmic slaughter that forever tainted his name, and that of every Dao Master Shushen who bore that title. Now, after ages spent in seclusion, he has returned, his power once again radiating invincibility. If he truly intends to walk in his predecessor's blood-soaked footsteps, the world will soon drown in the corpses of geniuses. A hush of terror fell over the gathered immortals. Then, Ye Cheng lifted his gaze and spoke, his voice calm but unyielding. "I revere the path my ancestor walked, but I will forge my own," he declared. "Here and now, I will establish the immortal God Court, ignite the divine flame in the mortal realm, and ascend to supreme godhood, breaking finally into the higher planes. To achieve this, I will accept a handful of exceptional prodigies as my wings, that together we may rule the heavens. Ignite the divine flame in the mortal world, and become a god." One giant murmured in disbelief. "What audacious ambition! Such power! Could it only spring from a pure-blooded god-demon physique?" whispered another. Shock rippled through the assembly. Never had they imagined Ye Cheng would dare proclaim such godlike designs. When the god-demon battle body completes its final transformation, it will ignite the divine fire and crystallize into a true divine realm, bestowing upon its bearer the status of a living god, immortal and unassailable. Yet whether one soars to immortality or ascends to godhood, the path must lead through the upper realms. Only those of unparalleled talent can achieve such a feat, either ascending in the mortal realm or claiming divine status in the lower realm. Since ancient times, a great world has arisen roughly once every 1,000,000 years. History records over 100 such eras, yet in all of them, only 2 or 3 individuals have ever succeeded in transcending their mortal limits. That makes Shushen Daozi's ambition no idle boast. The mere presence of the pure-blood god-demon body is enough to inspire awe. No one truly doubts his resolve. If Shushen Daozi's grand design comes to pass, the divine court he establishes will reign supreme for tens, if not hundreds, of thousands of years. It may well endure unshaken until the next great world is born. Could such overwhelming power truly be worth one's allegiance? Faced with Shushen Daozi's display, many had already felt the pull, and his recent proclamation only deepened their uncertainty. Standing before the gates of the great city, Qiang, tasked with spreading Daozi's name, projected his voice across the assembly. The divine court has only a handful of seats. Daozi needs no countless followers, so anyone who intends to serve must decide now. Once the court's framework is complete, any Xianxia who has not yet joined may withdraw at their own discretion. He paused, letting that sink in, then raised his tone even higher. Moreover, there are those among the 3,000 realms, Wuming, Yunxi and his sister, the Beiming Emperor's daughter, to name but a few. The Julie Mountains represent their final chance to surrender. Should they refuse this offer, they will become the first sacrifices beneath my Daozi's newly raised battle standard. A hush fell over the gathered Tianjiao. Qiang's words carried a chill that left many pale and shaken, as rumors of the divine court's ultimate reach and its ruthless consequences spread swiftly through the ranks. In a secluded ravine north of Shenzhou, Ye Cheng, an extraordinary prodigy clad in a flowing black robe, paused at the staggering news he'd just received. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Shushen Daozi has already broken into the venerable realm? How did he master venerable-level cultivation so quickly? Startled, Ye Cheng couldn't fully contain his own aura. Potent ripples of Saint Emperor-level energy washed outward, and every monstrous creature in the vicinity recoiled before bolting for safety. Not one dared approach within 100 paces of him. Achieving the venerable realm at such a young age would place Shushen Daozi among the top 30, if not the top 10, on the new land rankings. Yet despite his meteoric rise, few knew his face or spoke his name. He remained a mystery to most. Ye Cheng allowed himself a quiet, knowing smile beneath his hood. In a world as perilous and unpredictable as theirs, remaining unseen was often the greatest advantage of all. As for showing off and chasing fame, That could wait until I returned home. Right now I had more important matters to attend to. Clad in his black robe, Ye Cheng glanced down at the data screen hovering above his palm. A triumphant spark lit his eyes. Now that I've broken through as a venerable realm prodigy, I can unlock Master's legacy techniques ahead of schedule, he whispered. And then I'll be free to go back to the Federation and sit for the entrance exam. As he spoke, memories of the past year washed over him like a dream. He had once been nothing more than an underperforming student at a martial arts high school, until the day he stumbled across an ancient ring lost in the sewers. That chance discovery set him on a path of revenge and rebirth. In just 12 months, he had accomplished the unthinkable. Invited to become the personal disciple and official spokesperson of the Federation's eldest martial god, his cultivation skyrocketed from a lowly second-level warrior to the heights of a fifth-level grandmaster. Thinking of Master's godlike prowess and the astonishing methods he'd inherited, Ye Cheng felt his heart pound with exhilaration and anticipation for all that lay ahead. Ye Cheng worked in the shadows, crafting schemes that could reshape the very origin of a world. Even the mere thought of such eternal designs sent a thrill through him. Yet, as grand as those plans were, he found himself craving something more immediate, a return to the Galactic Federation's academy. He longed to face the teachers who had once looked down on him and the classmates who had bullied him, and show them the glory he'd earned. "I'll make them pay," he murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. "Those who laughed at me, those who suppressed me, they'll know exactly who I've become." He pictured the moment he'd stride back into the classroom as a fifth-level grandmaster, one of the Federation's most formidable young talents. He could already see the shock on their faces, hear the gasps of disbelief as they realized the force he now wielded. The anticipation filled him with pride. Still, a flicker of concern surfaced in his thoughts. Before retreating into seclusion, his master had warned that the great world would not fully manifest for several more years. Yet it had arrived early, and a venerable-level genius had appeared almost overnight. For a moment, Ye Cheng's confidence wavered, only briefly. He shook off the doubt. No matter what prizes lay ahead, he was ready. After all, he was the architect of worlds now, and nothing could stand in his way. What a legendary master he has. To him, all of Nanshuan Divine Continent is nothing more than prey. Whether a venerable-level genius emerges prematurely or an entire great world opens ahead of schedule, these are mere trifles, incapable of derailing his grand plan. It's simply an early activation of my master's contingency, a small matter indeed. Gushuan murmured the words under his breath. Then, with a sudden motion, he lifted his palm. A crisp crack split the air as a pale blue talisman in his hand detonated. In that instant, his form blurred into a wisp of smoke, twisting and dissipating until he vanished entirely. Moments later, a thunderous roar shook the valley. The very sky seemed to fall and the earth to shatter. The shockwave rippled outward, jolting nearby giants and cultivators from their meditations. Alarmed, they raced toward the source. When they arrived, they found the valley transformed. In its place, an immense underground palace had risen, its spires bursting through the ground. From the structure emanated an oppressive, ancient power, an aura so vast and majestic that it filled all who gazed upon it with awe. All the mighty masters gathered there froze in astonishment. That ancient aura, it was unmistakable. Ever since this new great era dawned, shards of divine treasures had begun surfacing across the realms of Shenzhou. Such an age-old aura could only belong to a relic passed down through countless generations. Yet the real shock was this. How could a seemingly insignificant backwater like Xianxia hide a heritage treasure of this caliber? The towering figures exchanged incredulous glances. Then, as the truth sank in, their eyes gleamed with undimmed ambition. The awakening of such a relic was a once-in-a-lifetime windfall. "Summon all our Taoist prodigies," one elder barked. "Send them into the subterranean palace at once. We leave no corner unexplored." In the distant north of Shenzhou lies the remote enclave of Xianxia, an obscure speck on the map, long overlooked by the world's great powers. But news of the heritage treasure's emergence there spread like wildfire. Countless sects and factions now turned their gaze toward this humble domain, eager to claim a piece of its glory. Yet, for all the stir it caused, Shanyu remained strangely calm. The local lords and cultivators had barely registered the influx of strangers. They went about their daily affairs as if nothing had changed, at least for now. But beneath the surface, an undercurrent of tension was building. With so many hungry eyes fixed on Shanyu's hidden depths, it was only a matter of time before the real conflict began. Across all of Shenzhou, the looming birth of the Juli Mountains, and especially the sudden emergence of Taoist Shushin from seclusion, had become the talk of every great power. His unparalleled ascent to venerable status sent ripples of apprehension through the community of young prodigies, who felt as though they'd suddenly faced a peerless rival. One notable exception was Tianshu Pavilion. Rather than fixating on Juli or Su Shendaozi's reputation, their energies were directed primarily toward supporting Ye Cheng and gathering intelligence from every corner of Shenzhou. They were well aware that Taoist Shushin had resurfaced and claimed the title of First Venerable of the Young Generation, but most members of the pavilion only scoffed at the grandiose honorific. Only Hongyun Taoist harbored genuine concern. Though he possessed Sezou's elemental breadth of power, Hongyun's own cultivation sat solidly at the Tianzun level, respectable but not peerless. His true strengths lay in divination and deductive reasoning, and he enjoyed uncanny strokes of fortune. Since the opening of the Great World, he had dared the depths of the Shenzang secret realm 3 times, returning each time laden with rare treasures, and in the process he had broken through from Xuanzun to Tianzun. Such aptitude, Hongyun Bel, Eved, made him uniquely qualified to gauge whether Taoist Shushin's sudden rise truly threatened Tianshu Pavilion's designs. Ye Cheng, known within the pavilion as Taoist Hongyun, had always lived by 2 simple rules: seize every advantage and steer clear of needless danger. Yet a recent divination drove home a sobering truth. His own talents, however solid, wouldn't be enough to protect him in the boundless 3,000 realms. So he made a calculated choice. He petitioned for, and was accepted into, the renowned Tianshu Pavilion. Though his primary motive was self-preservation, Hongyun threw himself into his duties with genuine zeal. Fate seemed to favor him. Before long, Deputy Masters Qiang and Yunxiao took notice and decided to groom him as one of the pavilion's future pillars. Officially, he remained only a guest elder, but that title granted him access to vast troves of classified information. Night after night, he pored over reports of the pavilion's brightest prodigies, Wuming the swordsman, the Yunxi twins, Zhan Rushuang, and felt a swelling pride. These were the heroes destined to define Tianshu's future, and Hongyun considered himself fortunate to count them as comrades. Then came word that shook him. Su Shendaozi had just ascended to venerable rank, and with barely a nod to protocol, issued an ultimatum demanding absolute submission from Wuming, the Yunxi siblings, Jian Rushuang, and the other 3,000 realms geniuses. Hongyun slammed his fist on the lacquered desk. "This Shu Shendaozi is insufferable," he growled. "Daring to bully Tianshu's very finest, his arrogance cannot stand unchallenged." Taoist Hongyun's voice rang out, edged with anger. What of the transcendent Taoist sects of the human realm? Did no one dare oppose him? His Highness Wuming and the others are the very pride of our race. In the pavilion's high-ceilinged meeting hall, the newer disciples, fresh recruits like Hongyun, shifted uneasily at his outburst. More senior elders exchanged knowing glances behind their fans. At length, Senior Elder Qiang cleared his throat, laid a reassuring hand on Hongyun's shoulder, and offered a gentle smile. "Taoist Hongyun, there's no need for such alarm," he said. "That so-called Shushin Daozi poses no threat to His Highness Wuming, Ye Cheng himself, nor to Yunxi and her sister, the Beiming Emperor's daughter." Hongyun and the other recent arrivals had yet to learn the pavilion's deeper secrets, that Tianshu operates under Ye Cheng's direct guidance. Qiang, careful not to betray this hidden alliance, simply added in a steady tone, "Rest easy, friend. Shushin Daozi is but a pretender, a jester in celestial robes. There is really nothing to fear." In truth, Ye Cheng had only just broken through to the venerable realm, while Shushin Daozi had long since perfected his heavenly venerable cultivation. There was no contest, no earthly comparison between them. Qi Yang leaned back in his chair and eyed the gathered cultivators. "Let's be frank. Ye Cheng's duel with Shushen Daozi was nothing more than a staged showdown to save Daozi's face. With a swift motion, he swept up the stack of monthly reports into his arms. After a quick scan to ensure nothing was missing, he nodded in satisfaction. All right, everyone. You're dismissed. I'll send these directly to the pavilion master. Before the hall could empty, an elderly cultivator at Qi Yang's side called out, Deputy Pavilion Master, please wait. I have another dispatch. The talisman hanging from his belt flickered with an otherworldly light, prompting Qi Yang to raise an eyebrow. Hurrying over, the elder pressed a sheaf of paper into Qi Yang's hand. This just came in from one of my registered disciples. In a remote northern region called Xianxia, an inheritance treasure has surfaced. A ripple of excitement passed through the onlookers, and Qi Yang's expression sharpened. Whatever lay hidden in Xianxia, it promised to shake the foundations of their world. Chapter 244. Wait, you said the little realm where that inheritance treasure appeared is called the Mountain Realm? Outside Jianglan City, deep in the spirit realm, Ye Cheng's secluded retreat lay bathed in pale moonlight. Saint Qiang froze at the question, his spirit warders trembling across the valley like restless phantoms. At the sound of their pavilion master's voice, every spirit knelt in unison. Reporting to you, Pavilion Master, it's exactly as you heard. We were as surprised as you are. You ordered us to notify you immediately of any discoveries, so we came at once. Ye Cheng studied the swirling diagrams of energy in the air. The sudden rise of the Julie Mountains in the mountain realm was a stark reminder that he could not rely solely on Luoxuan's fragmented soul memories. Countless secret realms and divine treasures lay scattered across the multiverse, many of which might awaken earlier or in places Luoxuan never recorded. With the great world's barrier thinning, any hidden realm could surface without warning. He needed his own network of eyes and ears. A thin smile tugged at his lips. Excellent work. Your vigilance has been invaluable. He inclined his head toward Saint Qiang and the spirits. You may return to your stations. Stay alert. I will summon you again when more information comes in. As the spirits dispersed, Ye Cheng's gaze settled on the mist-shrouded peaks beyond his courtyard. The mountain realm's emergence was only the beginning. Soon the true scale of the inheritance secret would be revealed. As usual, this month's pill allocation to Tianshu Pavilion will be increased by 10%, Ye Cheng announced, his voice calm but approving. He inclined his head in encouragement. When Qi Yang heard this, his face lit up. He dropped to one knee and bowed deeply. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Qi Yang wasn't simply dazzled by a 10% bonus. Everyone in the cultivation world knew how generous Ye Cheng was to his subordinates. Though Tianshu Pavilion was only a saint-venerable Taoist sect, their loyalty to the emperor was unshakable, and the emperor was determined to see them grow stronger. Every month, the pavilion received not only ordinary 6th-tier spirit medicines, but also nearly 100 top-grade, 6th-tier precious pills stamped with rare pill patterns, pills whose potency rivaled even Daozun-level treasures. The value of just one such precious pill could equal Qi Yang's entire personal fortune. Now on top of that, an extra 10%? It amounted to more than 10 times a saint's typical income. Of course, Qi Yang was elated. Do your duties, refine your skills, and rest assured, I never treat my subordinates unfairly. Ye Cheng inclined his head in acknowledgement, offering no reply beyond that. He calmly accepted Qi Yang's formalities, then waved him off. At this point in his cultivation, not even a 6th-level elixir or any higher-grade imperial pill or spirit medicine could tempt him. What truly stirred his ambition was the secret inheritance realm hidden in these mountains, a treasure capable of transforming an underdog into the world's protagonist, just as Shushen Daozi once did, and found prematurely? Fascinating. With roughly a month and a half remaining before the Julie Mountains officially opened, Ye Cheng raised his hand and summoned the great Brahma boat. Channeling a vast reservoir of spirit crystals into its core array, he felt the runes flare to life. A spiraling vortex of void energy formed around him, sweeping him aboard and propelling the vessel into the ether. In rapid succession, Ye Cheng activated multiple void transmissions. When the final portal dissolved, he stood at the very edge of the 3,000 realms, ready to press onward toward the mysterious inheritance that awaited him. In just 1 hour, Ye Cheng had flown from the southern border of Shenzhou to its far northern reaches, skimming the void above the mountain region. Extending his divine mind, he swept the nearby skies and earth until he locked onto the meant exact area. Satisfied, he guided his spirit boat down toward the rugged slopes below. He still lacked the precise spot of the newly surfaced inheritance relic, but that was easily remedied. A simple stop in a major city, dropping a few spirit crystals into the right hands, would guarantee someone would divulge the coordinates. As the spirit boat settled, a kindly old monk with snowy hair approached. His eyes were warm, his manner humble. Bowing respectfully, the monk spoke in a soft voice. "Master Ye Cheng, the inheritance has supplanted the old Kongyuan Valley. From the city's gates, you must travel 7,000 miles due east to reach it. Be warned, though, countless giants and powerful cultivators already swarm the valley's outskirts. Many are outsiders, and even a handful of supreme giants from the venerable realm have staked their claim. Ordinary emperors and kings will find little left for them. You'd best act swiftly and with caution." Ye Cheng nodded once, steeled himself, and prepared to press on. The contest for the inheritance had already begun. Ye Cheng tucked the small pouch of spirit crystals back into his robe and offered the old monk a polite nod. Though barely into his teens, his clear eyes and unfazed composure marked him as no ordinary traveler. People whispered that he was a hidden genius of the mountains, a rising star bound for greatness. The old monk had leaned in to pass along a warning about the treacherous path ahead, where only the strongest cultivators could hope to survive. Grateful for the tip, Ye Cheng paid the 10 spirit crystals without hesitation and turned to leave. The monk watched him go, a wistful expression creasing his weathered face. "Such talent," he murmured to himself. "If he perishes here, it'll be a true shame." Around them, a half-dozen other cultivators who had overheard the transaction exchanged glances. They, too, admired Ye Cheng's determination and feared for what lay beyond the city walls. "I wouldn't have the courage to try that route," one of them whispered, eyes tracking Ye Cheng's retreating figure. "Bold, but foolish," another replied. "Still, he's handsome and talented. May fortune favor him." As Ye Cheng stepped through the ancient gate and into the moonlit dusk, a sudden rush of wind stirred the air. All eyes turned skyward. Outside the city ramparts, a gleaming spellship materialized, its hull aglow with flickering spirit lights. It hovered silently, as if waiting, and the night held its breath. The moment the creature vaulted into the air, a deafening shockwave fanned out across the city, forcing every cultivator to stagger and gasp for breath. "Is that venerable level pressure?" someone whispered in awe. "Has a supreme giant beyond venerable level appeared among us?" Pandemonium broke out as all eyes tracked the source of the energy surge. Far above the rooftops, a solitary spirit boat carved through the air, bound for Kongyuan Valley. Standing at its helm was a youth no older than 20, a slender sword slung at his waist and skin pale as jade. His bearing was transcendent, almost otherworldly. He guided the spirit boat onward with effortless grace, but what truly froze the onlookers in place was the youth's face. "Isn't that the young man who just bought intel from me?" a startled merchant blurted. An elderly monk and the powerful cultivators stationed across the city exchanged tense glances. They'd been secretly hoping Ye Cheng would slip away unharmed. Now, as they followed the boat's trajectory toward Kongyuan Valley, their expressions hardened with dread. After Ye Cheng's great Brahma boat materialized above the city, a vessel whose power only a top-tier venerable could wield, the assembled monks fell deathly silent. But their thoughts went not to him, but to their own mountain sect's champions. They prayed, fervently and secretly, that those young prodigies might somehow survive the coming contest at Kongyuan Valley. After all, how could any local talent stand against a genius of his caliber? None of their anxieties ered with Ye Cheng. Having extracted his directions from the old informant, he reignited the Brahma boat's celestial engines and shot upward. In the blink of an eye, the valley's gorge unfolded beneath him. A vast throng of cultivators had already gathered at Kongyuan's entrance. True to the old man's warning, saint emperors and god emperors stood shoulder to shoulder with more than a dozen supreme venerables. All eyes were fixed on the floating magical palace high above the valley floor. its ancient stones said to conceal the divine treasures and legendary inheritance every powerful cultivator yearned to claim. Whispers rippled through the assembly at the foot of the mountain. At the very least, whoever once wielded that divine treasure must have reached the heavenly venerable realm in cultivation, maybe even the Saint Venerable level of Taoism. Saint Venerable? No wonder neither the Emperor sect's heirs nor the Saint religion's disciples showed up. But here among the mountain lords and the neighboring territories, this artifact is irresistible to any venerable level master. A hushed awe fell as veterans pointed toward the summit. See that figure cloaked in gold? That's Venerable Mong. Don't let his early-stage title fool you. Legend says he carries black dragon blood. His strength rivals even the supreme giants who have perfected the venerable realm. And there, another voice added, nodding toward a dignified elder by a jade pillar, is the seventh patriarch of the Yuan family. He rose to late-stage venerable 3 centuries ago, and judging by his aura, he's on the brink of breaking into the heavenly venerable realm. Surrounded by so many titans of cultivation, the assembled powerhouses, and even the most gifted young prodigies, felt their hearts sink. But from the shadows, a young man in a black robe observed it all with a faint, contemptuous smile. His eyes gleamed with cold amusement as he watched the crowd's awe turn to fear. Ye Cheng melted into the shadows, bare disdain twisting his lips. "These country bumpkins," he muttered, voice low, "are so painfully shallow. They dared to claim strength on par with a perfected venerable, half a step from ascending to heavenly venerable status, no less. Pathetic." He flicked his gaze across the gathered cultivators. Is there not a single genuine genius among them? On the surface, this cavernous vault appeared to be the age-old underground palace left behind by a supreme Saint Realm Titan from the mountain's ancient era. In reality, Ye Cheng had long since taken possession of it, installing within its deepest chamber the legendary gate between worlds that his master entrusted to him. Yet, for ordinary cultivators, passing through that gate was almost a death sentence. A practitioner could only cross once. Any attempt beyond that would shatter the body into nothingness. Only those who reached the Emperor realm, the seventh order martial god and final tier of the Federation martial arts realm, possessed the resilience to survive multiple crossings. And so far, among this crowd, not one soul measured up. Ye Cheng's cold amusement deepened as he watched them squabble for a chance that would never truly be theirs. Even in the martial god realm, the two-world gate was too dangerous to use recklessly. Each transit between dimensions strains the very fabric of space-time, leaving permanent scars on the cosmic avenue. That's precisely why Ye Cheng's master prized him above all others. The master himself had only dared to open the gate a handful of times. For every other urgent matter on the Federation side, he relied on his most trusted disciple, Ye Cheng. At the thought of returning home, Ye Cheng's heart surged with excitement. Once back in the Federation, he would be hailed as one of its ancient martial gods, the very architect of its foundations. He could almost taste the anticipation, the glory of stepping through that gate again and rejoining his comrades. But reason prevailed. He'd already used the two-world gate once to come from the Federation to this backward Shenzhou. If he pushed his body through again now, he risked collapse, perhaps even death. He needed another way. Then he remembered the last resort all cultivators feared, but sometimes embraced, temporary soul possession. By inhabiting a local's body, he could bypass the gate's deadly toll and make his journey home. Of course, soul possession was only a stopgap, and not without its own dangers, but it was the only option left. With resolve hardening in his chest, Ye Cheng prepared to enact his daring plan. Gu Xuan had come here hoping to find a true prodigy to inhabit, but after a lifetime of cultivation, most of the young men and women assembled before him had only reached the 5th tier of the Grandmaster realm. Those rare few who had broken through to the 6th tier of the Martial Honor realm were hardly enough to catch his eye. Just as he was beginning to lose hope, a sudden rush of wind cut through the cloud sea. Whoosh! Every cultivator gazed skyward as a brilliant shaft of light descended. When it dissipated, the imposing form of the great Brahma boat hovered on the misty horizon. Its sovereign-level aura pressed down like a mountain, and even the supreme giants of the venerable realm felt their hearts tighten. All eyes turned to the helmsman at the spirit boat's prow, Ye Cheng. Fear and awe mingled in their gazes, but amidst them, Guxuan's looked different. It burned with eager anticipation. In his hand, the jade pendant his master had given him, an artifact that sensed true talent, pulsed with a faint promising glow. Golden light blazed to life in Ye Cheng's hand, so fierce that the jade pendant he held shone like a miniature sun. In the next heartbeat, there was a sharp click, and the pendant shattered into fragments. It was undeniable. The innate talent of this Shenzhou heavenly prodigy piloting the spirit boat far exceeded the detection treasure his master had bestowed. His gift was every bit as extraordinary as his revered teacher's. "At last," the onlooker whispered in awe, "the one I have long sought. This is the perfect candidate." Chapter 245, Guxuan's heart raced with excitement. If it weren't for the progress he'd made under his master's tutelage, learning patience and restraint, he would have leapt forward long ago and tried to seize Ye Cheng's body on the spot. Instead, he forced himself to hang back. First, let the boy enter the divine treasure of inheritance. Quietly, Guxuan steeled his resolve. A talent like this couldn't be ordinary. Even if Ye Cheng lacked powerful connections, the jade pendant's failure to gauge his aptitude was proof enough that his potential was extraordinary. Guxuan trusted his own strength, but he'd learned that it was better to be cautious than to risk an unforeseen reversal. Once Ye Cheng climbed into that divine treasure, the trap would spring shut, and capturing him would be effortless. After all, the boy had only reached the Saint Emperor realm, which in Guxuan's federation corresponded to the Great Perfection level, an achievement Guxuan himself had not yet attained. Although Guxuan seethed with contempt for Ye Cheng, he dared not reveal his true feelings, at least not yet. Once Ye Cheng stepped into the Kongyuan Valley's secret treasure, the ancient formation within would do all the work. No matter how powerful Ye Cheng had become, even if he had reached Saint Emperor, he would be helpless. A mere venerable, a heavenly venerable, or even a saint venerable could never resist the formation's power. At that moment, Guxuan would simply slip into Ye Cheng's body and claim it as his own. As Guxuan brooded, the other cultivators gathered around the entrance to the secret treasure turned their eyes to Ye Cheng. The moment his handsome features came into view, many of the female disciples blushed and whispered excitedly, their gazes alight with admiration. Watching them fawn over Ye Cheng, Guxuan's envy flared hotter than ever. If only he could trade places with this charming young man, he thought, he would lap up all that attention himself. "Patience," Guxuan murmured under his breath, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Once he goes inside, everything, his body, his power, even these fools' adoration, will be mine." He pictured the desperate panic on Ye Cheng's face as the formation sprang to life, binding him tight and leaving him powerless. The fantasy sent a thrill of triumph through Guxuan. Just then, Ye Cheng's eyes swept over to him, calm, amused, and utterly untroubled. Catching Guxuan's intent glare, Ye Cheng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. In that instant, Guxuan's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that the scheme he had rehearsed so many times might not be as foolproof as he'd believed. Guxuan recovered his composure in an instant. He straightened up, forced a meek bow, and lowered his gaze, as if a lowly cultivator intimidated by a more powerful figure. But to Ye Cheng, his act was painfully transparent. With the heavenly destiny atlas in hand, Ye Cheng knew that while a clever genius could hide his true strength, he could never conceal the flow of his luck. Even if the atlas were gone, Ye Cheng's heavenly refining divine body granted him unerring insight. No feint or hesitation could elude his perception. In that moment, Ye Cheng discerned that Guxuan's fortune rivaled the great prodigy Luoxuan, whom he'd slain not long ago. In other words, this unassuming young man, who had appeared near Kongyuan Valley without fanfare, was far more talented and powerful than he let on. Seeing Guxuan bow his head and refuse any further eye contact, Ye Cheng allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. He decided not to press the matter. With a casual lift of his hand, he signaled the end of their brief encounter. Swish! A faint ripple of divine energy slipped from Ye Cheng's hand and invisibly etched itself onto Guxuan's aura. Thanks to the heavenly refining sacred body, Ye Cheng's divine consciousness rivaled that of emperors, perhaps even celestial emperors, and far outstripped ordinary saints and Taoist masters. No one could detect this arc, not Guxuan himself, nor any cultivator short of a being above the saint or emperor realm. And with the deception array and illusory arts he'd mastered from the Chaos' great divine power, Ye Cheng's concealment was absolute. Now, wherever Guxuan moved, Ye Cheng would know every step in advance. Satisfied, Ye Cheng withdrew his gaze and melded into the shadows once more. Unaware of anything amiss, Guxuan felt a subtle shift and assumed it was simply Ye Cheng losing interest. His chest swelled with self-importance. "Humph," he muttered, casting a disdainful look around him. "These natives really are clueless. Even their so-called geniuses aren't worth much." With that, he turned away, brimming with unwarranted confidence, completely oblivious to the silent mark that now bound him. Ye Cheng had barely arrived before he grew impatient. Gathering his will, he triggered the hidden formation he'd prepared inside the inheritance vault. In an instant, a thunderous boom echoed through the inheritance palace as its great gates swung open. A tide of cultivators, towering powerhouses, legendary giants, and promising geniuses from countless minor domains finally surged inside, their eyes alight with ambition. Ye Cheng stepped forward with them, but just before crossing the threshold, he paused. His gaze flicked to the edge of the crowd, where Guxuan lingered. A slow, playful smile curved his lips. As everyone's attention shifted eagerly toward the treasures beyond, Guxuan feigned hesitation at the rear. Then, in a wisp of smoke, he vanished. Moments later, he reappeared deep within the palace's labyrinthine halls, right where the divine seal Ye Cheng had covertly placed on him pulsed strongest. Ye Cheng's eyes gleamed. "Now this is getting interesting," he murmured to himself. "Let's see what tricks you're playing." Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed as a spark of understanding flared to life. He'd been puzzled over how this so-called inheritance palace, clearly only saint level, could possibly produce holy medicines. Yet now, the answer seemed within his grasp. Putting the question aside, Ye Cheng moved with silent purpose, following a subtle current of spiritual energy that drew him deeper into the palace's heart. There, looming behind the great gate, stood an immense stone stele. Ancient characters carved into its surface glowed with a soft divine light, detailing the palace's origins. According to the inscription, left by the southern spirit saint himself, the structure contained 9 trial corridors, each divided into 9 increasingly difficult levels. Ye Cheng pressed his palm to the cool stone, ready to discover exactly how this place could yield miracles. Chapter 8. The 9 Trial Passages. The moment they entered the sanctuary, everyone sensed it. The deeper they went, the tougher the trials would become. Before them lay 9 winding corridors, each a gateway to a test of mind and martial prowess. Though all 9 passages were formidable in their own right, each succeeding level was rumored to push a disciple's limits even further. Still, the lure was irresistible. Conquer any one of the passages, and you would claim the coveted, inherited skills of the Southern Spirit Saint. Only one disciple, however, could claim that supreme inheritance. All others who completed a passage would still receive a prize, second-class rewards personally curated by the saint himself, but none would match the prestige of the legendary saint's techniques. For geniuses and prodigies across the realms, even the consolation prizes were beyond precious. Yet every heart beat fastest at the promise of those saintly skills. At the signal, the assembled champions surged forward. Ye Cheng mingled with the throng of venerable masters and ambitious youths, then turned down a side corridor at random. As soon as he stepped across the threshold, a tense hush fell over the crowd at the entrance. Here was the young man whose potential rumors had already circled the sex. Faces that had glowed with confidence moments before now tightened with concern. In the early stretches of the trial, the contenders kept pace easily enough, dodging spirit traps, solving memory runes, striking down spectral guardians. But as they pressed on, challenges mounted. Walls would close in without warning, forcing a test of agility. Invisible barriers would demand perfect sensing of spiritual currents. Fierce illusions would threaten to shatter even the steeliest resolve. One by one, hopefuls fell behind, unable to adapt quickly to the shifting dangers. Ye Cheng, however, moved with calm determination. His every step was measured, his awareness honed to the faintest whisper of a spirit echo. While others panted and hesitated, he pressed forward, unfazed by the tightening corridors or the roaring wind illusions that aimed to disorient him. In that moment, it became clear why so many masters feared trailing in his wake, and why only he might emerge holding the saint's inheritance. Ye Cheng had stormed through the first city gate, then the second, the third. By the time he stood before the seventh gate, even the venerable realm's greatest giants were growing uneasy. Each gate would only admit 10 cultivators attempting their breakthrough at once, and as the massive doors of the seventh gate swung open, 10 nightmarish figures leapt out. Though their forms varied wildly, some hulking and draconic, others lithe and insectoid, they all exuded the crushing power of a venerable realm master. Even stalwarts like Venerable Molong would have needed to summon extraordinary reserves of strength and technique to force their way past these beasts. But Ye Cheng, with a low whistle, he vanished in a blink and reappeared at the forefront of the monstrous horde. Concentrating his spirit energy, he molded it into a single, brilliant sword light. Then, with the same calm assurance he'd shown at each prior gate, he swept the blade in a clean arc. Puff! Blood spurted as the lead creature disintegrated under his strike, just as the first 6 creatures had fallen before him. Again and again, Ye Cheng's sword proved the key to breaching the pass. And as he prepared to face the 9 remaining foes, his expression was as serene as ever. This was simply another step on his path to transcendence. Under the stunned gazes of Mo Long and the others, Ye Cheng vanished behind the past city in the blink of an eye. They exchanged helpless, rueful smiles, shrugged, and turned back to grapple with the monstrous guardians of the gate. Puff! Not even the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn down had passed when Ye Cheng re-emerged before the 9th pass. With a single, effortless swing of his sword, he cut down the final monster standing in his path. Despite its supreme-level cultivation, the beast proved as fragile as parchment beneath Ye Cheng's blade, cleaving in 2 with a whisper of steel. Its death caused the last barrier to dissolve in an instant, and with a thunderous clamoring, the gates of the 9th pass flew open, inviting him onward. He strode through the empty streets of the pass city and into the vast expanse of the Southern Spirit Saints' Inheritance Plaza. Before him stretched a marble courtyard thousands of feet across, at the far end of which stood the great palace. Suddenly, a low humming filled the air. Buzz! The ancient stone stele mounted behind the palace's main gate began to vibrate and glow, as though awakening from a centuries-long slumber, heralding Ye Cheng's arrival at the heart of the inheritance. Under the astonished gazes of the remaining cultivators battling in the other passageways, the stone tablet suddenly exploded with a thunderous crack. In its place, a spirit tablet, etched with the lifetime's worth of experience and enlightenment of the Southern Spirit Saint, shot forward like a shooting star. It streaked through the corridor and came to rest at the far end, right where Ye Cheng stood. Those who had been fighting along the route witnessed the bizarre phenomenon and nearly fell over in shock. From the moment the trial began, breaking through all 9 past cities, to now, scarcely 15 minutes had elapsed. 15 minutes was all it took to claim the saint's inheritance. Who among them could have advanced so swiftly? The great figures and young prodigies of the small domain exchanged incredulous looks, and each silently arrived at the same conclusion. It must be Ye Cheng. Nearly everyone present knew of the trial they were competing in, but none expected an outsider like him to appear, and to do so on such a mysterious spirit boat no less. Only a true genius could command such power and pull off a feat like this. Nobody could believe their eyes. What on earth? How does someone as mighty as a dragon in the sky have the gall to compete with us for the saint's inheritance? Their despair was palpable, but Ye Cheng had no time for pity. Clutching the Southern Spirit Saint's jade token, he appraised it for a moment before slipping it into his storage ring. Then he turned toward the looming glass wall at the far end of the Hall of Inheritance, a transparent barrier standing nearly 100 feet tall, and a confident smile curved his lips. "How long do you plan to stay hidden in there?" he called out, voice ringing through the chamber. "Or would you prefer that I drag you out myself?" Behind the glass, Gu Xuan, who had thought himself perfectly concealed, went pale at the challenge, his confident facade cracking for the first time. Chapter 246, What? Still not coming out? Ye Cheng's voice rang out from behind the shattered glass wall. Gu Xuan hesitated, then shrugged off his doubts, convinced it was just a bluff. In an instant, he stepped forward, the black folds of his robe swirling around him. He fixed Ye Cheng with an icy glare. I have to admit, I underestimated you. You actually managed to sense my presence? Ye Cheng studied him calmly, an amused smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Undetectable, you say? Frankly, your disguise is riddled with holes. I don't know what makes you so confident it's flawless, but whatever you're hiding, it's completely transparent to me. He shook his head lightly, his voice soft but unwavering. There was not an ounce of taunt in his tone, only quiet certainty. That cool composure was all the provocation Gu Xuan needed. His eyes flared with anger. Holes, huh? Is that so? Interesting, Gu Xuan drawled. Then by all means, see if you can find a single flaw in my formation. No sooner had the words left his lips than a thunderous crack split the air. Gu Xuan raised his hand, veins bulging as blood surged through his body and triggered a resonance with the very spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Under his precise control, that power condensed into an immense palm print, which he slammed into the reinforced glass wall behind him. Glass shattered in a cacophony of splinters, revealing an enormous chamber beyond, hundreds of feet across, where countless currents of air twisted and converged around a colossal gate of radiant light. From its center, a silent vortex of transmission energy began to pulse, its swirling form materializing directly before Ye Cheng. As the luminous portal fully took shape, brilliant red beams shot up from the far end of the inheritance hall, spreading across the 10,000-foot square platform. In an instant, those beams wove themselves into a complex ancient magic array, locking Ye Cheng at its heart. A deep, reverberating voice echoed through the newly revealed space. You should consider yourself honored. You're about to witness one of the Federation's greatest achievements, the Qi and Blood martial arts, and the Gate of Two Realms. Gu Xuan's voice rang with pride as he surveyed the luminous archway rising behind him. You should consider yourself even more honored, Ye Cheng. One day, you will inherit everything I've built. You'll rule this Shenzhou, become the Federation's greatest prodigy, and serve as the mortal vessel for the first martial god, Gu Xuan. He grinned, anticipating the look of horror that would freeze on Ye Cheng's face when the Gate of Two Realms fully unfurled. But as the portal's light washed over the courtyard, Gu Xuan's smile faltered. Instead of terror, Ye Cheng's expression was one of raw astonishment. The Gate of Two Realms, the Federation's Qi and Blood martial arts, the first martial god? Ye Cheng breathed, his eyes wide with wonder rather than fear. Gu Xuan's confidence wavered. This was not the reaction he had planned. While shock flickered behind Ye Cheng's gaze, it was tempered by genuine excitement, and that unexpected spark left Gu Xuan uneasy. Ye Cheng had gone into the ancestral tome of secrets hoping to uncover a divine elixir. Instead, he found something far more astonishing, a portal stretching between two worlds. He didn't yet know what lay beyond it, but the mere fact that the figure calling himself Gu Xuan could seize control of Ye Cheng's body, roam freely across Shenzhou, and even harness spiritual power suggested that the other realm's resources might be immeasurably valuable. He raised his gaze and met Gu Xuan's eyes. From the way you speak, it sounds as if the Federation you serve has long had its sights set on Shenzhou. Gu Xuan's arrogant poise wavered under Ye Cheng's cool scrutiny. Recovering his composure, the impostor straightened his shoulders and, pride brightening his expression, sneered. You're right. Nanchuan Shenzhou is precisely the prize the Federation intends to claim. Far across the galaxy lies another backward world, much like your Nanchuan Shenzhou, Tianyan Shugenji. It, too, has fallen into our Federation's crosshairs. To the Qi and Blood warriors of the Federation, Gu Xuan proclaimed, voice cold and triumphant, so-called cultivators and immortals are nothing more than ants, fodder for our martial gods to ascend beyond the ordinary. You, however, are exceptionally fortunate. You will become the very nourishment for my body and the bedrock of my path to transcendence. He spoke without reservation, unconcerned that he might be revealing too much. In his mind, Ye Cheng was already ensnared in an unbreakable trap, helpless prey with no hope of escape. With deliberate calm, Guzhuan took a single step forward. In that instant, an aura surge erupted around him, power on par with a true Saint Emperor. Boom! It was the first time in years he had let loose his full strength. A gleam of intoxication lit his eyes as he fixed Ye Cheng with a gaze brimming with murderous intent. "You're nothing but a local prodigy," Guzhuan snarled, "a fleeting talent lost in some backward backwater, destined only to fuel my rise to godhood." Guzhuan's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. "You may have breezed through the 9th level," he taunted, "but that means nothing. With this formation beneath me, my power is beyond anything you can imagine." The moment his words faded, the scarlet runes at Guzhuan's feet flared to life with a thunderous boom. Ancient energy surged along the interlocking lines of the formation, pouring into Guzhuan's body in a roaring tide. His blood and chi ignited, each meridian humming with unprecedented potency. In just a few breaths, his aura swelled into a staggering vortex of force. He had transcended to the rank of Tianzun. With a cold glint in his eye, he fixed his gaze on Ye Cheng and drew back his arm, channeling every ounce of his newfound strength into one devastating punch. The fist tore through the void with a crack like rolling thunder. A gale of compressed energy hurtled toward Ye Cheng, threatening to shatter everything in its path. Ye Cheng, who had raced through 9 levels in just 15 minutes to reach the Inheritance Plaza, stood his ground. Though Guzhuan estimated his rival's true power hovered at the edge of heavenly venerate, this raw assault from a newly minted Tianzun was a different matter altogether. Dust and aftershocks churned around them as the two forces collided, evaluating not just strength, but the will behind it. With the formation's power channeled, his chi and blood had truly erupted into the heavenly venerate realm. Overpowering Ye Cheng should have been a foregone conclusion, or so everyone believed. But then, crack! A sharp, sickening snap tore through the plaza. Guzhuan's eyes went wide with disbelief and horror. His fist, launched with full force, slammed into Ye Cheng's body as though striking the hardest, diamond-forged armor. And yet, Ye Cheng, slender jade-skinned, didn't budge an inch. In that instant, Guzhuan's arm betrayed him. Bones shattered under the impact, the limb folding in on itself. He let out a raw scream as he stumbled backward, staring at Ye Cheng as though he'd conjured a ghost. "Impossible. How can your body be this strong?" he gasped, voice trembling. Ye Cheng remained perfectly calm. A faint, mocking smile curved his lips. "That's all you've got? The Galaxy Federation's future #1 martial god, and you can barely put up a fight?" He didn't bother hiding his derision. Across the plaza, Guzhuan's face paled at the insult, his broken arm throbbing with agony and humiliation. Guzhuan's face drained of color, his features twisting into feral rage. "You dare mock me, a lowly native?" he snarled. Swallowing hard against the shock rising in his chest, Guzhuan drew a deliberate breath and let a cruel smile spread across his lips. "The more extraordinary your talent, the more glorious my victory will be when I claim your body." With that, he slammed his hands together, and the air itself seemed to shatter with a thunderous boom. Instantly, jagged fissures raced across Guzhuan's flesh. Crack, crack, crack. Under Ye Cheng's horrified gaze, Guzhuan's body split apart inch by inch, finally erupting into a roiling cloud of blood-red mist. The vapor swirled down, drawn into the scarlet sigils carved into the ground beneath him. A second, greater explosion rocked the chamber. From the heart of the formation, a colossal, ghostly figure emerged, its form bathed in crimson light, its eyes burning with savage intent. It locked onto Ye Cheng, suspending him in midair with a gaze so filled with murderous hatred it felt like an endless abyss. A monstrous, bloodthirsty aura pulsed from the specter, suffusing the entire inheritance square with palpable dread. This was no mere flourish of Tianzun power. It was something far beyond, the true apex of Guzhuan's unleashed strength. At that moment, although Guzhuan's physical body lay in ruins, the blessing of the formation had preserved his martial soul, and its strength now rivaled that of a perfected saint. "You so-called natives, you'll pay for your arrogance," he snarled. As he fused with the formation, a surge of power flooded his spirit. Madness flickered in his eyes as he glared down at Ye Cheng. With contempt dripping from every syllable, he whispered, "Prepare to be consumed." No sooner had the words fallen than Gushuan's spirit tore through the void. In the next heartbeat, he hovered above Ye Cheng's brow, a crimson, phantom hand stretched out toward the young man's sea of consciousness, where his soul lay vulnerable. Ye Cheng, paralyzed by shock at Gushuan's transformation, could only stare upward. Across Gushuan's features spread a triumphant grin. He relished the thought of inhabiting Ye Cheng's body and feasting on his soul to seal his dominion. But just as Gushuan reached out to claim his prize, swish! A scarlet, ghostly hand shot forward and burrowed into Ye Cheng's forehead before he even had a chance to react. Gushuan froze in midair, astonished. How? How did it glide right through his defenses? Gushuan had spent enough time in Nanshuan Shenzhou to know that, here, geniuses prized the soul above the body, a stark contrast to the blood warriors of the Federation. Even ordinary Shenzhou prodigies wove powerful barriers into their seas of consciousness, so that any surprise intrusion would be slowed or even repelled. Yet Ye Cheng's spiritual sea lay wide open, as if he were actively inviting Gushuan in. Confusion flooded Gushuan's mind. What trick is he playing? He instinctively tried to withdraw his hand, planning to proceed more cautiously. But before he could move, a deep, resonant cry, "Hua la la!" echoed through the mental void. A titanic, devouring force exploded outward from Ye Cheng's consciousness, now freezing Gushuan in place. In that instant, he sensed an invisible black hole forming at the heart of Ye Cheng's mind. The devouring force slammed into Gushuan like a tidal wave, so overwhelming that even a soul on par with a perfect saint could not push back. In an instant, terror flooded his heart. Through the haze of dread, he saw Ye Cheng, whom he'd always regarded as a mere speck, turn and meet his gaze. Despite the carnage around them, Ye Cheng's features were composed, his lips curved into a gentle smile. His voice, when it came, was low and calm, yet it chilled Gushuan to the core, as though he'd plunged into an ice cavern. "Fellow cultivator," Ye Cheng said quietly, "you've arrived, so why are you already trying to leave?" Chapter 247, Impossible. With a power that devours so utterly, how can he maintain this level of cultivation? Gushuan's face drained of color as he stared in horror at the roiling sea of consciousness that threatened to pull him under. He thrashed wildly, but it was like fighting quicksand. The harder he struggled, the deeper he sank. Within moments, his will was crushed beneath Ye Cheng's relentless psychic force at the very bottom of that mind sea. "Godbreaker millstone, condense!" Ye Cheng intoned, his voice calm and resolute. Tapping into the Chaos' great divine power, he wove his mental energy into a massive, grinding millstone. It whistled through the currents of thought, spiraling directly toward Gushuan's vulnerable soul. "Ah!" Gushuan's scream echoed through the void, a final, ragged cry of defiance. But no amount of resistance could withstand the oncoming assault. The Godbreaker millstone, a dreaded soul execution technique recorded in the annals of the Chaos' great divine power, spun inexorably onward, sealing Gushuan's fate. The world-destroying millstone was the ultimate soul killer. It not only obliterated a spirit, it also captured every fragment of memory within that soul. In Ye Cheng's hands, its power grew even more fearsome. Gushuan's spirit, barely on par with a Saint Venerable, trembled before it. No soul at the Xuan Emperor level could endure its grinding for long. At first, Gushuan had raged out curses. "My master will make you suffer a fate far worse than death." But mere moments under the millstone's relentless force reduced him to whimpering pleas. "Please, have mercy. I'll tell you anything." Whether swearing vengeance or begging for life, his words fell on deaf ears. Ye Cheng showed no sympathy. He couldn't afford to underestimate a man of such extraordinary and mysterious background. Gushuan wasn't even a cultivator from Shenzhou. Rumors whispered of a powerful patron protecting him. Rather than trust whatever half-truths Gushuan might offer, Ye Cheng would extract the facts directly from his soul memories. With calm precision, he sealed Gushuan's fate and activated the millstone once more, intent on uncovering every hidden secret. Swish, swish, swish. The god-destroying grindstone turned with barely a sound. In moments, Gushuan's soul collapsed into a swirl of crimson mist that dissolved into Ye Cheng's spiritual sea. Every fragment of Gushuan's soul memory was drawn into the grindstone, then, at Ye Cheng's command, returned to his waiting hand. Concentrating, Ye Cheng absorbed the memories all at once and began to sift through them. It only took the time an incense stick burned for him to scan the entire record, but his expression remained grave. Though brief, the stolen memories brimmed with staggering revelations. Guxuan was never a cultivator of Nanchuan Shenzhou. He hailed from a distant civilization known as the Galaxy Federation. He'd used a hidden two-world gate in the depths of the ancient inheritance palace to cross the void. The revelation confirmed what Ye Cheng had already suspected. The universe was infinite, and Tianquan continent was but one tiny world among countless others. The demonic beasts he'd confronted on the ancient battlefield had been aliens too, invaders from a realm beyond the stars. Now, with this new knowledge in hand, Ye Cheng knew the threats they faced were far larger and far more dangerous than anyone on Tianquan had ever imagined. Ye Cheng never imagined that a Galaxy Federation existed in this world, a civilization so grand it might have been lifted from one of those high-level martial arts novels he'd read in his previous life. Unlike the Tianquan continent, where cultivators follow the Saint Dao, the Galaxy Federation practices the path of Qi and blood martial arts, progressing through 8 distinct realms. At its apex stands the Martial Saint Realm, its power said to rival the Saint Realms of both Tianquan continent and Nanchuan Shenzhou. Yet since the disappearance of Yuanchu, the original martial saint who founded the Qi and Bi Lud system, the Federation has produced no true martial saint. Its strongest practitioners only reach the martial god realm, an echelon roughly equivalent to the emperor realm in Nanchuan Shenzhou. Even so, Ye Cheng refused to underestimate them. After all, on the surface of Nanchuan Shenzhou, no one surpasses the might of an emperor or a saint. Chapter Hex. In the grand scheme of the martial world, Nanchuan Shenzhou was nothing more than a backwater, especially when measured against the mighty Tianquan continent. Of the 4 Shenzhous under the Galaxy Federation's jurisdiction, Nanchuan ranked dead last. Even its so-called 4th-level Emperor Realm practitioners, who should have walked among rulers, barely scraped by at the true imperial standard. A handful of ancient living fossils might still haunt the remote corners of this land, but they were shadows of their former glory. 1 or 2 earth-shattering techniques would leave them broken, and a 3rd spell often spelled their end. By contrast, the Galaxy Federation harbored real giants. Ye Cheng's mind drifted to the man he simply called Master, Wan Jie, the martial god who had taken him under his wing and molded him from a feckless youth into a burgeoning powerhouse. Wan Jie's cultivation had long since transcended mere emperor realm. He stood at the great perfection of the martial god realm, the pinnacle of true imperial might. And he was not alone. Across the Federation, 6 other figures boasted equivalent stature. 7 martial gods, each wielding power that could flatten kingdoms. If they ever turned their gaze on Nanchuan Shenzhou, the devastation would be unthinkable. Ye Cheng drew a deep breath, relief finally washing over him. According to Guxuan's recollections, the Wanjie Wuxian had forged the two-world gate into Shenzhou at least 10,000 years ago. From that act, he'd foreseen Shenzhou's coming golden era, and ever since he'd been biding his time, planning to claim the very source of Nanchuan Shenzhou the moment that era began. As Ye Cheng replayed these memories, his eyes gleamed like twin blades of lightning. Not long ago, he'd slain a reborn cultivator named Luo Xuan. In Luo Xuan's final moments, the man had cried out that Ye Cheng was an ancient, shadowy figure pulling all the strings, and had died in abject terror. Later, Ye Cheng had probed Luo Xuan's soul memories and found that the same rumors had haunted him in his past life. After reincarnation, Luo Xuan had fortified himself against this old monster, making elaborate preparations that ultimately counted for nothing. Ye Cheng had quietly found the whole spectacle amusing at the time. But now, everything felt different. The rumors in Luo Xuan's memory weren't wrong. Deep within Shenzhou, an ancient titan had quietly steered the course of its golden age for 10,000 years. Fortunately, this eternal giant still slept in a hidden vault, every imperial decree, every strategic directive, executed by his devoted disciples. Ye Cheng blinked and came fully awake. He glanced down at the faintly glowing crimson formation beneath his feet, then lifted his eyes to the two-world transmission gate humming silently before him. A slow smile curved his lips. According to the mastermind's centuries-old plan, the moment a venerable-level prodigy was born, his disciple Guxuan would notify the Galaxy Federation. Fleets and supplies would surge through the gate, accelerating the Titan's eventual revival. Before sealing himself away, that hidden sovereign had already reached the 10th level of the martial god realm, Shenzhou's Emperor Dao tier. And so, unbeknownst to the wider world, destiny continued to unfold at the whim of a slumbering god and the disciples who served him. Levels 1 through 3 correspond to the profound emperors, 4 through 6 to the celestial emperors, and the 10th level marks the threshold of the imperial realm. While Ye Cheng lay in slumber, he was quietly merging the cultivation techniques of both worlds. By the time he awakens, his cultivation base will have advanced even further. Even if he stops short of the martial saint tier above martial god, his power will still be enough to shake the 10th heaven perfection and stand shoulder to shoulder with Shenzhou's perfect emperors. In this fledgling era of the great world, such strength is more than sufficient to assert absolute dominion. Once fully recovered, Ye Cheng will reopen the portal between realms and summon the remaining Galaxy Federation champions into southern mysterious Shenzhou. With 7 Emperor-level Titans on his side and countless Federation warriors at his back, the world will bow before him. Perhaps this will finally set his plan in motion, turning the entire southern mystic Shenzhou into the Galaxy Federation's private hunting ground, with Shenzhou's ancient powers as the unseen force behind him, and even the Federation's martial gods lending their might to siphon off resources. But for now, Ye Cheng let a mocking smile curl at the corner of his lips. With a slight lift of his hand, a low buzz rang out as a surge of spiritual energy erupted. In mere moments, the twin-world gate was sealed, and then vanished into his Yunsheng furnace, the very heart of its formation matrix. The Yunsheng furnace is a treasure of the sacred Tao. Its core can refine even divine elixirs into raw energy, sustaining the opening of the Yunsheng dimension. Best of all, as a sacred Tao artifact, anything concealed within it becomes all but undetectable. Even if the slumbering Wanji Wuxian were to awaken, they would struggle to pinpoint the gate's location. This move guaranteed that, no matter how many Galaxy Federation powerhouses tried to reach the Wanji Wuxian through the Twin World Gate, no message could slip through, and no rescue could be mounted. Ye Cheng's gambit was now secure. It would only serve as fuel for the Yunsheng furnace on the first go, but that was exactly the point. Even though the Wanji martial god still had no clue where the Gate of Two Worlds lay, he was too wary to leave any trail. Every time he summoned Guxuan, he plucked him straight from the void and deposited him at his side. Guxuan himself had no idea where his master slumbered in Shenzhou, so there was no way for me to reverse engineer the coordinates. Not that it mattered in the end. Without Guxuan to deliver news of our plans, the Wanji martial god's awakening would be delayed. At least 10 years, perhaps a little more, but not by decades. A decade was exactly what I needed. In 10 years' time, with my own cultivation, reaching the Holy Path's pinnacle, if not outright sainthood, would be within reach. At the very least, I could ascend to the Emperor realm. And when that day came, with the blessings of these fates anchoring my soul, I would stand so far above the rest that challenging the saints themselves wouldn't be out of the question. By then, there would be no rival under the Holy Path who could stand against me. Ye Cheng couldn't help but smile at the thought. Even if the 10,000-bound martial god awakened and set out to hunt down the origin of Shenzhou, he had nothing to fear. In fact, he might just turn the tables and deliver a crushing surprise. After all the schemes laid out over millennia, it would be deliciously ironic to watch them all unravel. As Ye Cheng let his imagination run wild, a sudden roar reverberated through the air. Boom! He barely had time to steady himself before the core formation at the heart of the Yunsheng furnace flared to life. The two-world gate, which had been teetering on the brink of collapse, was instantly sealed and stabilized. A shimmering barrier snapped into place around its yawning maw, quelling the chaotic energies that threatened to spill forth. No sooner had the furnace's power reasserted dominance than Ye Cheng felt an electric charge crackle over his scalp. Buzz! A moment later, a resonant pulse shook the ground. Crash! Inside his mind's eye, a torrent of divine light erupted, coalescing into a vast celestial atlas, the legendary Destiny Tome he'd claimed amid the ruins of the Ansai and battlefield. The tome unfolded itself around him, its runes glowing with renewed vigor. High above, in the boundless firmament, a tide of rolling violet energy surged into being and cascaded down like a living waterfall, pouring directly into the open pages of his atlas. Ye Cheng inhaled sharply as a wave of power flooded his very soul. A crisp clarity settled over him. His fate was awakening, surging toward a new pinnacle. Thus rejuvenated, he prepared to seize the next turn of destiny with unshakable confidence. Amid a violet aura of destiny, 3 beams of light materialized before Ye Cheng, each shimmering with a holy radiance. Surrounded by wisps of cloud that glittered like stardust, the lights drifted down and hovered in midair. Then, as the beams gently subsided, the mysterious energy dissipated, and 3 wondrous treasures lay at his feet. Ye Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "That lucky youth from the Galaxy Federation has truly given me an incredible gift," he exclaimed, a broad smile spreading across his face. Chapter 248. 3 beams of radiant light circled before Ye Cheng, then slowly dissipated to reveal their hidden treasures: a first-tier holy-level yuan-long grass, the meteorite fruit, and a mid-tier holy-level 9-turn phoenix bloodflower. At the same moment, a swirl of purple aura descended around him, Shenzhou's heavenly Tao itself bestowing its blessings in recognition of his slaying of Guxuan and the crushing of the 2 realms gate. A thrill of astonishment ran through Ye Cheng, but he quickly steeled himself. After all, he had only dealt with 1 disciple and suppressed 1 branch of his enemy's power. The true architect of this crisis, the Wanji martial god, remained at large, pulling strings from the shadows. If the heavenly Tao could reward these modest achievements so generously, the martial god's actual strength must be nothing short of fearsome. If he awakens, his mastery of the Emperor realm could even exceed my expectations. Ye Cheng exhaled deeply, relief flooding his chest. Thanks to Luo Xuan's soul memories, he'd reached these mountains in time, located Guxuan before anyone else, and set Wanji Wuxian's strategy in motion. Otherwise, they'd have been forced to pick their way forward 1 step at a time, and even with the system's blessing, a full-scale invasion by the Galactic Federation would have plunged him into a brutal, losing battle. The thought only hardened his resolve. He had to grow stronger and fast. Luckily, these 3 holy medicines are all I need to break through into the Saint Venerable realm. Once he achieved that ascension, his killing power would soar to a whole new level. At present, the enhancement from the Zhuxian sword formation, wielding 3 Emperor-grade longswords and the quasi-saint-level Suzaku sky sword, had already elevated him to match a heavenly emperor. Crossing the final threshold into the Saint Venerable realm, however, would shatter every limit he'd known and magnify his power even further. Ye Cheng could stand toe-to-toe with even a Saint Emperor-level cultivator. Thanks to his Tianlian divine puppet, his total power rivaled that of 2 Saint Emperors, and if he ever needed an extra edge, he could burn the puppet's origin core to skyrocket its killing force, though the cost would be irreparable damage. In short, even an Emperor-ranked opponent was well within his capacity to confront. Wasting no time, Ye Cheng absorbed the descending violet aura, then swallowed 3 holy pills in quick succession. He activated the Southern Spirit Saint Inheritance Jade Talisman, channeled his will, and teleported out of the Southern Spirit Divine Vault. In the blink of an eye, the great Brahma vessel appeared beneath him. It shot out of the mountain range like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the outskirts of Zhonglin City, his secret retreat. Once safely outside the city's walls, Ye Cheng entered seclusion to meditate and recover. Among the 3 pills he'd taken was a rare, grade intermediate divine treasure pill. If word ever leaked of its existence, it would ignite a maelstrom throughout the cultivation world. For now, however, he was content to rest and prepare for whatever challenge might come next. In this age, even the foremost holy-level sects, the Void God Tower, the Ziwei Imperial Palace, and the Kanghai Palace, are each governed by holy emperors. Rumors persist of true emperors still lingering in the world, but these figures have long since become living fossils. They can no longer sustain a full-scale battle. Each strike drains their dwindling life force, and after only 3 or 4 attacks, their existence flickers out. That is why a single holy level miracle pill is priceless. Not only can it restore years to these ancient masters, but it can also shatter the last barrier holding a holy emperor back, enabling him to ascend to true emperor, a rank destined to shape the future of all cultivation sects. Such a treasure commands reverence beyond measure. Fortunately for Ye Cheng, this secluded valley lay under the watchful protection of the sky, deceiving formation he had laid long ago. With its spells shielding the entire area, he needn't fear discovery. Ye Cheng closed his eyes and let his spiritual power surge. Instantly, 3 sacred medicines shot out of his storage ring and were bathed in his aura, igniting into a brilliant spiritual flame. These were the core ingredients, yet he wasn't done. From his reserves he drew more than a dozen high and top-grade imperial herbs to serve as auxiliaries. Then, as the final tribute, he produced 3 Danwen-level holy pills. He studied them carefully. Even among these rare holy artifacts, none carried many Danwen markings. The richest bore only 5 inscriptions, and the weakest barely 3. Still, this was a feat few Tianzun-level cultivators could hope to achieve. Ye Cheng's own fate enhancements, his chaos body and heavenly refining divine body, had pushed him far, but he was still only at the Tianzun realm. To refine a top-tier imperial pill at this level was already extraordinary. To manage 3 Danwen holy pills, no matter how few the inscriptions, left him pleasantly surprised. Ye Cheng had been looking forward to this moment with eager anticipation. Without a second thought, he activated his spirit arts and swallowed all 3 precious pills at once. Instantly, a roaring surge of spiritual power exploded within him. It raced through his limbs, meridians, dantian, and sea of consciousness, cleansing and tempering every channel, every drop of qi, every fiber of his spirit. A thunderous boom echoed in his mind as his breath caught in harmony with the power coursing through him. The saint-level pill took effect, and Ye Cheng felt himself teetering on the brink of the saint-venerable realm. His senses sharpened, his aura flared, and for a moment he was filled with transcendent clarity. At that very moment, scores of miles away at the foot of the Julie Mountains, another mighty roar split the air. Though the official opening of the Julie Mountains lay more than a month in the future, countless prodigies had already gathered here to train and spar. Friendly matches and fierce duels alike were a daily spectacle, and clashes between renowned talents drew crowds of onlookers eager to witness the next rising star. Ye Cheng's breakthrough had gone unseen by those spectators, but in his secluded chamber he felt the world shift. A new chapter of his cultivation was about to begin. Below is a polished, idiomatic English version of the scene. I've renamed the male protagonist to Ye Cheng and ensured he's portrayed as male. All essential plot points, characters, and details have been preserved. The foot of the 9 crooked mountains thronged with Tianjiao talents, every pair of eyes fixed on the 2 champions dueling beneath the sky. Whispers of awe and disbelief rippled through the onlookers as the clash of magical energies lit up the arena. Bit by bit, the outcome became clear. With a final, thunderous roar, Ye Cheng unleashed his ultimate spell, its afterglow flaring brightly before vanishing in an instant. Both fighters were sent sprawling to the very edge of the platform. On the left side of the ring, a young woman wobbled to her feet. She steadied herself with one hand on her thigh, then met the dying embers of the spell's light with a flash of reluctant respect in her eyes. After a long moment, she drew in a breath and let it out in a soft sigh, as if resigning to her fate. Gathering her courage, she parted her cherry-red lips to speak. She looked barely 17 or 18. Her robes were woven from multicolored feathers that caught the light and shimmered like a living rainbow. Her skin was as flawless and translucent as jade, and her delicate features were so pure they seemed carved by the gods themselves. Standing there, she radiated an almost holy beauty, one that brooked no scorn or contempt from anyone who beheld her. Silver-white horns, like the antlers of an elk, crowned her smooth forehead and shimmered through strands of deep-sea blue hair. Light and agile, they pulsed with pure Tao energy, immediately capturing every gaze whenever she unleashed her spiritual power or invoked a divine art. More than a striking appearance, however, was the formidable aura she radiated. 1 foot firmly planted in the Saint Emperor realm, and only a breath away from breaking into the venerable tier. Such strength, especially in someone so young, spoke volumes about her heritage. She was the living heir to Canghai Palace, one of the 5 supreme saint-level sects, alongside Sushan Tower, Ziwei Imperial Palace, the ancient Ye family, and the venerable Xiao clan, revered throughout the cultivation world as the Canghai goddess. Now, with her lips parted and her voice poised to speak, the assembled Tianjiao warriors felt a chill settle in their hearts. Whatever words were about to follow from the Canghai goddess threatened to shift the course of this battle, and perhaps their very fates. Xu Shendaozi, you truly are extraordinary. I admit defeat. The Canghai goddess's voice was soft, threaded with relief, as she bowed slightly and prepared to withdraw. At once, a collective gasp swept through the gathered Tianjiao. All eyes fixed on the young man in black armor, Xu Shendaozi, with shock, awe, even a sliver of fear. Did she just surrender? Someone whispered. This is going to shake the heavens. Murmurs rippled among both the prodigies and their guardian Taoist elders. In the world's 5 top holy sects, only 3 heirs had fully emerged, the Canghai goddess, the Ziwei emperor, and Xu Shendaozi. These 3 were celebrated as peers, each destined to stand at the pinnacle of cultivation. Yet Xu Shendaozi had surged ahead, ascending first to the venerable realm, and now, on the slopes of the Juli Mountains, he had decisively defeated the Canghai goddess. No one present could deny it. A new legend had been born. Although Xu Shendaozi's victory over the Canghai goddess was far from a crushing rout, after hundreds of fierce exchanges, she finally admitted defeat. A loss, in the end, is still a loss. Word spread quickly that the Ziwei emperor remains in seclusion, and her brother Jihaoran insists she has advanced to the venerable realm. But everyone agreed that her true strength cannot exceed the Canghai goddess by much. If Xu Shendaozi could overcome the Canghai goddess, then, even if it took a bit longer, he could surely defeat the Ziwei emperor's daughter as well. By this reasoning, he has effectively claimed the top spot among the younger generation of cultivators. This news only amplified Xu Shendaozi's growing fame. Coupled with the fearsome legacy of the Shushan Tower's Daozi from 3 million years ago, he now shines brighter than ever in the eyes of both allies and rivals. And though he has openly declared his intention to recruit the finest human geniuses to join him, he has vowed never to repeat the tragic massacre of prodigies that stained those ancient days. The atmosphere among the Tianjiao elites was suffocating. Merely from Xu Shendaozi's imperious announcement that he would found the divine court, they all sensed the same grim outcome awaiting any human prodigy who refused to submit: subjugation or death. A heavy weight pressed on their chests, and none of them could relax. On the stage, Xu Shendaozi radiated pride. The fear and dread reflected in the eyes of those giants were for him the highest honor, the richest feast for his swollen ego. It's such a pity that the time hasn't come, Xu Shendaozi murmured, regret lacing his voice. I cannot stain Tianjiao with blood, not yet. Now that he had achieved a pure-blooded god-devil body, he truly considered himself a deity above all mortals. To him, humanity was nothing but raw material for sacrifice. Everyone was fair game on his hunting ground, with only a very few exceptions. And one of those exceptions stood before him now. Xu Shendaozi's eyes swept to the Canghai goddess as she turned to leave. Xu Shendaozi's eyes shone with unmasked greed and ambition as he stepped forward. Looking up at the sea and sky goddess, he addressed her in a voice that trembled with longing. Fellow Taoist Canghai, why such haste? He closed the distance between them, drinking in her luminous, delicate features. A possessive heat swelled in his chest. I intend to found the divine court, to kindle the sacred flame in the mortal world, and rise to the highest throne of godhood, and with you by my side, you could reign as my queen. He let the words hang in the air. Tell me, would you share this destiny with me and become the empress of our new pantheon? Below the dais, every Taoist prodigy, and even their powerful patrons, turned pale. None had expected Xu Shendaozi to propose marriage to the sea and sky goddess. Canghai Palace and Shushan Tower were already the 2 greatest legacies in the realm. A marriage alliance between them would eclipse every other saint-level sect. Murmurs rippled through the assembly as stern faces weighed the staggering consequences of such a union. Even the great houses of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the Ye family, and the Xiao clan felt the oppressive aura emanating from the shore. Yet no one, aside from the saint-level sects, was as unsettled as the heavenly emperor-rank elders of Canghai Palace, who had come expressly to protect their sea goddess. When Shushan Daozi suddenly knelt and asked for her hand in marriage, they all blanched. But even as shock coursed through them, their minds began to turn. Hadn't this Shushan Daozi just demonstrated prodigious talent and staggering martial prowess, enough to force their goddess into a rare concession? Perhaps, they thought, he might indeed prove a worthy match for her. A thoughtful murmur rippled through the gathered elders. Still kneeling, Shushan Daozi bowed his head, waiting. At that moment, the sea goddess herself spoke. Her voice, though calm and measured, carried an unyielding edge that fell like a gavel across the expectant crowd. "Shushan Daozi," she said, "you honor me with your proposal, but this is no moment for betrothal vows. You have shown me your strength and impressed every soul present, yet many trials still await on our path. When the tides of fate have run their course, we may speak again of marriage. Until then, stand and prove your worth by my side." With those words, the silence that followed was charged not with disappointment, but with anticipation. The assembled sects, and even the elders of Canghai Palace, realized that the contest had only just begun. "I haven't given any thought to choosing a Taoist partner," the goddess of the sea replied coolly, her gaze flicking to Taoist Shushan. "You keep talking about founding the divine court and crowning yourselves emperor and empress, but surely it can wait until you actually reach the emperor realm?" Shushan's face darkened at her refusal. The assembled elders of Canghai Palace paled in alarm. They had never expected their goddess to reject him so outright. A few of them hurried forward, bowing deeply to smooth things over. "Please don't be offended, Taoist Shushan," one elder began hastily. "Our palace master only meant that the goddess's abilities are exceptional. If you wish to select a Taoist partner for her, you must wait until she ascends to the emperor realm. We hope you'll understand." Exceptional abilities was nothing more than a courteous excuse. But with the elders offering him a graceful way out, Taoist Shushan had no choice but to let the matter drop. Despite Shushan Tower's vaunted reputation, its strength in this generation couldn't begin to rival the great powers of the world: Canghai Divine Palace, Ziwei Imperial Palace, the Ye family, or the Xiao family. Shushan Daozi may have believed he could intimidate their heirs, but the backing those families enjoyed from the highest Taoist lineages more than matched his own sect's might. Confronted with that reality, Shushan Daozi's anger burned fiercely, yet he knew better than to press the issue. Forcing a light smile, he said, "Very well, we'll settle this another time." With that, he turned on his heel and rejoined his entourage. A ripple of relief ran through the onlookers. One elderly master of the heavenly emperor realm leaned toward the goddess of Canghai and murmured, "Your Grace, why did you refuse Shushan Daozi? His display today, surely it was among the finest the world has ever seen." The Canghai goddess stepped down from the platform and returned to the ranks of the Palace of Gods. She heard their whispered doubts, but gave no sign of unease, her expression calm and unreadable as she rejoined her companions. The sea goddess lifted her gaze, her voice cool, and even as she addressed the gathered elders. "Do any of you truly believe that finding Taoist Master Shushan is impossible?" Everyone knew Master Shushan had already attained the rank of Venerable. Defeating him took more than 100 arduous clashes. Of course, that record owed much to the sea god's palace techniques and his own superb stamina, which favored drawn-out engagements. Yet to the sea goddess, his only real disadvantage wasn't skill, it was age. She allowed a faint smile to curve her lips. If she'd been born just 2 or 3 years earlier, she mused, she might already have claimed the title of Venerable herself, perhaps even outshone those so-called pure-blood gods and devils. "If you wish to become my Taoist partner," she continued, her tone drifting from calm to contemptuous, "you must first prove that you can convince and conquer someone like him. Do you really think a mere virtual god Taoist is up to the task? And isn't Shushan currently ranked #1 in the entire world?" Her eyes swept across the elder council, daring them to respond. Then, with a subtle sneer, she leaned forward. "Or have you all conveniently forgotten His Highness Wuming, the reigning champion atop the Earth list?" Chapter 249. When the Kanghai goddess mentioned the nameless swordsman, the gathered elders fell silent. After a few moments, two of them exchanged thoughtful nods. Based on his exploits, they believed a duel between the swordsman and Shushan Daozi could go either way. The others, however, shook their heads in doubt. Shushan Daozi has already ascended to the venerable realm, one elder reminded them. He even defeated his own goddess, our Kanghai goddess, despite her considerable seniority. That speaks volumes about his power. Another elder added, and the nameless swordsman hasn't been seen since the battle on the ancient battlefield. We have no idea how much stronger he's become. The goddess is placing far too much faith in him. It was true that during that ancient battle, the nameless swordsman had astonished everyone with his prowess. His record was dazzling, but he remained only at the venerable threshold. By contrast, Shushan Daozi had not only reached that level, but in his clash with the Kanghai goddess, unleashed a killing force comparable to the late Xuanzun. In the eyes of most elders, that made him the clear favorite. Besides, Shushan Daozi is a pure-blooded god-demon hybrid, and he's never even unleashed his god-demon vision yet. If he did, not a single mid-level Xuanzun perfection master would survive, one of the senior elders of Kanghai Palace remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Though they silently questioned the goddess of Kanghai's decision to refuse a rematch, the elders held lower rank and dared not speak against her openly. All they could do was sigh in frustration. Spotting the sour mood in the hall, the other two elders quickly stepped in to steer the conversation back on course. Fellow Taoists, divine ladies, there's no cause for alarm, the second elder said, offering a reassuring smile. The nameless prince will certainly set foot on Julie Mountain this time. And even if, by some chance, he doesn't appear there, Taoist Shushan will pursue that nameless swordsman across the 3,000 realms once the battle concludes. Indeed, added the third elder. Isn't that precisely how we'll find out who truly holds the title of the world's strongest? The goddess of Kanghai and the assembled Taoists exchanged glances, then nodded in reluctant agreement. Chapter 12. The Absentees. As soon as someone mentioned the nameless swordsman, the conversation turned back to the 3,000 realms. The assembled prodigies exchanged puzzled looks. It's odd, one of them murmured. Across the entire 3,000 realms, there are so many geniuses, yet, of all of us, only the North Ming Emperor's daughter has shown up already. The Yunxi twins and that mysterious swordsman still have over a month before the Julie Mountains gathering begins, and they haven't arrived at all. A ripple of surprise passed through the crowd. Even the goddess of Kanghai and several other sect leaders raised their eyebrows. The top talents perched on the peaks of Julie, each a living legend, realized the same unsettling truth. Two of the event's marquee participants were conspicuously absent. In Shushan Tower, a few of Daozi Shushan's most arrogant disciples overheard the whispers and laughed scornfully. They're obviously too terrified of our master's divine power to show their faces here, one sneered. Better they stay far away. Their words dripped with haughtiness, yet nobody dared contradict them. The Yunxi twins, renowned for their elemental techniques, and the enigmatic, nameless swordsman had arrived later than expected. Now their absence cast a shadow of doubt over the gathering, and even the boldest spectators fell silent. Only Jian Rushuang of the Beiming sword sect, who had departed for Julie ahead of the others, suppressed a wry smile. He knew better than anyone that true strength never shied away, but for now he chose to watch quietly as uncertainty swirled through the crowd. Afraid of Shushan Daozi's divine power? Jian Rushuang jeered, leaning casually against a marble pillar in the sprawling city at the foot of the Julie Mountains. The disciples of that so-called Taoist divine master really think the world revolves around them. I'd be surprised if they still have that swagger once His Highness Ye Cheng arrives. As heir to one of the great sects, Jian Rushuang was flanked by several emperor-tier cultivators from the Beiming sword sect, personal guardians assigned to ensure his safety. At his mocking tone, a few of these august figures exchanged excited glances. It had long been an open secret within Beiming sword sect that their own imperial daughter was now a devoted follower of His Highness Ye Cheng. Yet even they did not fully understand the depths of his power. They had heard the rumors that Shushan Daozi had thundered into the venerable realm and bested the sea goddess herself, but Ye Cheng's true strength remained an enigma, whispered about in awe by cultivators across the 3,000 realms. Tonight, all would be revealed. The elders of the sword sect still felt a flicker of unease. They feared the nameless swordsman, His Highness Wuming, might be outmatched by Shushan Daozi. But when Jian Rushuang spoke, her confidence swept their doubts aside and sparked a new wave of excitement. "Princess," several of the senior swordsmen pressed, "please, tell us just how powerful His Highness Wuming truly is." Jian Rushuang met their curious gazes with a slow, knowing smile. She raised a jade-like finger and tapped the air as if drawing an invisible line between them. "I can't say for certain what his current strength level is," she began, "but according to what Miss Yunxi told me, Your Highness doesn't even need to draw his sword to deal with me. With nothing but his presence, he can subdue me instantly." A collective gasp rippled through the assembled elders. Their own princess had only just broken into the Saint Emperor realm, her swordsmanship already unrivaled within the sect. Even if she trailed the legendary sea goddess by a small margin, to think that Wuming could overpower her without so much as unsheathing his blade, this was beyond their wildest expectations. Shock and admiration warred on their faces as they realized they'd underestimated the mysterious swordsman known as Ye Cheng. It had taken the Taoist of Shushan more than 100 subtle maneuvers to finally subdue the sea goddess, without even resorting to his most powerful hidden techniques. To defeat her outright would likely demand 20 or 30 decisive moves. Dealing with their own princess, whose strength was said to rival the goddess's, shouldn't have taken much less effort. And yet, she'd crumbled beneath the pressure of the nameless swordsman. The assembled nobles could scarcely believe it. "Miss Yunxi," someone called from the crowd, "how is it you know so much about His Highness Wuming?" In an instant, all eyes turned to the Yunxi twins. Ever since rumor of their exploits had reached every corner of the 3,000 realms, speculation about their origins had run rampant. No one knew to which clan they belonged, until now. If the princess spoke of a personal connection to the nameless swordsman, then the twins must have ties far deeper than anyone had imagined. As puzzled murmurs rippled through the audience, Imperial daughter Jian Rushuang offered a serene smile. "His Highness has not spoken of these matters himself, so I cannot reveal everything to you," she said, her voice both gentle and firm. "But rest assured, when the Julie Mountains open this time, he will be there. By then, you'll finally understand the bond between His Highness and the Yunxi siblings." "Just wait until the Julie Mountains are unsealed," Jian Rushuang added, his voice steady and commanding. Around him, several emperor-rank elders of the Beiming sword sect exchanged eager glances. None could hide their excitement at the thought of witnessing that long-awaited moment. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the inheritance treasure known as Tianling Palace, Gu Yunxi and her aunt, Nalan Qingyuan, drifted through a vast hall of gleaming columns and car-fed jade. Suddenly, Yunxi froze in mid-stride and let out a surprisingly loud sneeze. "Achoo!" Nalan Qingyuan's eyes softened with concern as she hurried to her niece's side, gently taking Yunxi's hand. "Are you all right, Yunxi?" Yunxi gave her aunt a bright, reassuring smile. "I'm fine, Aunt Qingyuan. I just sneezed out of the blue. Maybe Mother or Father mentioned me just now." "You gave us quite a scare," Nalan Qingyuan replied, relief clear in her voice as she surveyed the grand surroundings. "So this is the fabled Tianling Palace." Yunxi's gaze swept over the soaring ceilings and the endless corridors that stretched beyond sight. "It's incredible," she murmured. "It scarcely feels like an inheritance treasure. It's more like a living city." Under the careful guidance of Ye Cheng, Yunxi had already ventured into several divine treasures. Yet none had matched the sheer scale and wonder of Tianling Palace. As her eyes sparkled with curiosity, the young girl couldn't wait to explore every hidden chamber and secret passage this majestic place had to offer. Ye Cheng, Yunxi, and Nalan Qingyuan finally stood before the legendary treasure, Tianling Palace. The sight stole their breath away. Before them lay a vast ocean of shimmering blue light, its surface pulsing with rippling waves of energy. Rising out of that sea, linked together like beads on a necklace, were countless palaces, no fewer than 100 majestic halls and towers, each one part of the same divine artifact. "It's not just a palace," Yunxi murmured, her eyes wide. "It's more like an entire city, Tianling City." Nalan Qingyuan smiled. "You're right, Yunxi. This Tianling Palace was actually formed from the old inner city of the imperial capital of the Tianling dynasty." Ye Cheng stepped closer, his heart racing with excitement. He had long studied the history of the Tianling divine dynasty, an ancient Taoist sect founded on the Nanshuan divine continent over 1,000,000 years ago. In its prime, it teetered on the brink of saint-level power. 5 emperor-tier masters led its legions, and beneath them stood over 1,000 saint emperors, heavenly emperors, and mysterious emperors, each one a living legend. Now, that forgotten empire's glory lay preserved in this single, sprawling treasure. Every palace, every corridor here pulsed with the echoes of that bygone age. Together they formed a vast, self-contained city, an immortal testament to an era when the Tianling divine dynasty reigned supreme. And soon, Ye Cheng and his companions would step through its gates, ready to uncover its hidden secrets. It was a cruel twist of fate. Just as the Tianling divine dynasty's greatest leader was on the brink of breaking through to saint level, a coalition of rival dynasties, long nursing grudges, struck without warning. A savage, blood-soaked war erupted, annihilating every spirit cultivator in its path. The very land convulsed in chaos, and rivers ran red with the slain. In the end, Tianling claimed victory, but it was a hollow one. All 5 of its emperor-level giants fell in battle, and only 100 Imperial Realm warriors survived. The dynasty's once unrivaled glory shattered, never to rise again. From the ruins, the survivors founded Tianling Palace, a solemn inheritance, carved out by those last emperor-level titans. Each of these 100-odd halls marks the legacy of an Imperial-level titan from the old Tianling divine dynasty. Nalan Qingyuan said with an unhurried calm, "You won't find any true emperor-grade treasures here. But if you're fortunate or powerful enough, you can still uncover the relics left behind by the holy emperors themselves." Since her bloodline reignited, and she had finally reunited with her brother, Nalan Qingyuan's world had expanded under Ye Cheng's tutelage. As his sister, she felt compelled not only to protect the family name, but also to rise to the Saint Dao realm herself, so that she might support him in the trials yet to come. To her, nothing in the 3,000 realms shone brighter than the divine treasures rumored to lie within Tianling Palace. Besides, she'd come at the behest of Yuhang Imperial Palace, and the halls she'd explored so far had belonged only to a Xuan emperor, a legacy barely worthy of notice beside what awaited here. She turned to her companion, eyes alight with determination. "Let's go, Yunxi. Let's help the uncles and aunts of the Yuhang Imperial Palace explore this hall first. Then we can decide whether to head back or take another look around. All right?" "All right." Yunxi nodded and squeezed her aunt's hand. Guided by the jade talisman issued by the palace, they hurried toward the inheritance hall that the Yuhang court had just unlocked. Before long, they arrived. Compared with the other halls scattered throughout Tianling Palace, the strange phenomena swirling around this one, and the Taoist aura it exuded, were noticeably milder. Yet to the younger generation of the Yuhang Imperial Palace, it remained a priceless legacy. The Yuhang Emperor's son and daughter stood at its entrance, flanked by 20 or 30 carefully chosen heirs, the future pillars of their house, who had been waiting for some time. Expectation and excitement shone in their eyes as they took in the hall's imposing facade. A few of the more haughty nobles, always quick to assert their status, lingered nearby, acknowledging no authority but that of the imperial siblings. They'd been waiting for what felt like ages, eager but growing impatient. At last, Nalan Qingyuan appeared on the path. Before the emperor's son and daughter could step forward to greet him, a young cultivator with a frosty expression spoke up. "Taoist Qingyuan, you sure are late." He paused, eyeing Qingyuan's companion. "And who's that little girl by your side? We came here to explore the god's treasure, not to play house." Yuan Yulei waved a hand to dismiss their worries. "Please don't overthink it," he said with a reassuring smile. "Now that Miaocheng Palace is open, it's perfectly safe. Even if our young sister's cultivation isn't that advanced yet, why not let her come in and take a look?" His sister, the princess, inclined her head graciously toward Nalan Qingyuan and Yunxi. Sister Qingyuan, Gu Yunxi, she added, don't worry, there's no puppet guarding trial in Ye Cheng Palace right now. If fortune favors her, Yunxi might even get a chance to climb the steps and claim one of the Ye Cheng God General's hidden rewards. Both imperial siblings treated Nalan Qingyuan with genuine warmth. After all, Baling Peak was a prized asset of Yuhang Imperial Palace, and Nalan Qingyuan, revered as the saint of Nalan Peak, was its foremost guardian. Rumors had already circulated that she and Nalan Yunshan had departed Nalan Peak together. If even a fragment of that was true, they owed her every courtesy. Despite Nalan Yunshan's impressive strength, he remained only a Dao Zun. Stripped of the Nalan family's support, any hope of carving out his own path, or one day ascending to emperor, would depend entirely on the Yuhang Imperial Palace. By severing his ties with Nalan Peak, Yunshan's loyalty would naturally shift toward the palace that backed him. Within the Yuhang Imperial Palace, there was only a single Xuan Emperor realm, and its Dao Zun masters formed the core of the palace's military might. Such formidable subordinates deserved special attention, even from the emperor's own children. With that in mind, the crown prince and princess proposed subtle gestures of favor toward both Nalan Qingyuan and Nalan Yunshan. Small courtesies, they reasoned, would go a long way in winning their goodwill and securing their allegiance in return. When the prince and princess presented their plan, the young prodigy Yue bristled with displeasure. As one of the palace's most carefully nurtured talents, he felt slighted by the notion of currying favor for outsiders. Yet he dared not voice his objections. After all, it was the emperor's heirs who spoke, and Yue, for all his gifts, remained firmly under the Yuhang Imperial Palace's sway. For years, the emperor's children had lived in strict seclusion beneath the ancestral grounds of the imperial palace. Only when Ye Cheng Palace's barrier was finally shattered did they emerge, eager to claim its divine treasures. Unaware of much that has transpired beyond their hidden refuge, they nonetheless trust completely in the prowess and reputation of their fellow scions. Thanks largely to Yue and the other masters who, having trained these young talents, know their strengths inside and out. There was, however, another pressing reason for their aloofness. In Yue's eyes, and those of the other Tianjiao, Gu Yunxi, brought here by Nalan Qingyuan, is wholly unfit to enter Ye Cheng Palace's inheritance trials. A few cutting words would suffice to show her the door. There is no need to linger on the matter. Feeling the cool disdain emanating from Yuhang Emperor's heirs, Nalan Qingyuan and Gu Yunxi offered polite, unreadable smiles and paid Yue no further heed. His face darkened with rising irritation, but just as quickly he managed to rein in his displeasure and compose himself once more. Ye Cheng Hall didn't bristle with guardian spirit puppets the way some arenas did. Instead, its inheritance arena offered 7 ascending trials of skill and spirit. Only by clearing the 3rd trial could a disciple claim even a fragment of the legacy left behind by Ye Cheng Xuandi. To seize his full inheritance, one must conquer all 7. Even Nalan Qingyuan, renowned as the contemporary saint of Nalan Peak, had, in the eyes of the Yuhang Imperial Palace, barely reached the first-tier mark of talent. From the sidelines, Yue grinned, eyes glittering with expectation. "I'm curious to see how far you'll go," he taunted. "My money says you won't make it past Trial 1. A faint tension rippled through the air. The Emperor's son and daughter both frowned, unsettled by the challenge and by the rivalry it promised. Ye Cheng, standing among the gathered disciples, felt his pulse quicken. Beyond this door lay his chance to prove himself. They exchanged a brief nod, then together advanced on the great bronze gates of Ye Cheng Hall. With a synchronized push, the doors swung open, and the 7 trials awaited. Ye Cheng Palace lay silent beneath the morning sun, until a distant voice rang out, calm yet laced with insolence. "Is this Ye Cheng Palace? Heh, son of the Yuhang Emperor, I never expected your imperial house to unveil an inheritance hall. You must have hoarded quite a legacy over the years. It's a rare sight, an entire sect with only one Xuan Emperor at the helm, yet bold enough to show its hand like this." At once, every cultivator present felt a chill. The sharp edge beneath those polite words was unmistakable. The Yuhang Emperor's son and daughter, who were leading the procession, paled and clenched their fists. They turned toward the speaker, and, when he came into view, could not hide their fury. You again? The prince spat. The people of Qiao Mansion have to follow me everywhere I go. Striding forward at the head of a small retinue was a young man in a flowing sky-blue robe embroidered with the Big Dipper, the unmistakable emblem of Qiao Mansion, one of the 3,000 realms' revered emperor sects. He paused a few paces away, a wry smile playing on his lips as he regarded the royal siblings. Around them, the air crackled with tension, and the long-awaited inheritance challenge of Ye Cheng Palace was about to erupt into open conflict. As the great era dawned, the power struggle between Qiao Mansion and its long-standing rival, the Yuheng Imperial Palace, grew ever more intense. Though Yuheng boasted numerous saint venerables who had finally broken through the Daozun threshold, none of its Daozun perfection masters had yet advanced to the Xuan Emperor realm. Qiao Mansion, by contrast, saw a momentous breakthrough only months ago. One of its Daozun perfection elders emerged from seclusion, weathered the Thunder Tribulation, and ascended to become a Xuan Emperor. In an instant, Qiao's prestige eclipsed that of Yuheng, and over the following weeks, its disciples subtly eroded Yuheng's influence in the outer territories, staying just shy of an all-out war, but making abundantly clear which sect now held the upper hand. Seizing precious cultivation opportunities, ambushing disciples on their scholarly journeys, and plundering the spirit veins our vassals had unearthed, it had all become far too routine. The monks of Yuheng Imperial Palace were stretched thin by these blatant incursions. Now, emissaries from Qiao Mansion had even pressed into Tianling Palace and boldly entered Miaocheng Hall itself. The Yuheng Emperor and his daughter exchanged solemn glances. "We could blame it on restless spirits," Ye Cheng said with a mocking smile, "but that's not why we've come today." He turned smoothly, inclining his head in a respectful bow. "Chief Senior Brother, please grant us entry." Behind him, over a dozen of Seven Lights Mansion's elite disciples parted to either side. Heads bowed, they spoke in unison, their voices deep and unwavering. "Chief Senior Brother, we humbly request your permission to enter." Their words echoed through the hall, and silence fell. A soft whoosh brushed past them, and from the trailing swirl of golden wind stepped a young man in a pale silver brocade robe. A black spear was strapped to his back. Though his features were unremarkable, his eyes gleamed like sharpened steel, compelling anyone who met his gaze to look away. He paused atop a rocky outcrop and surveyed the Miaocheng Palace spread out below, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. "So this is the inheritance palace you claim to have discovered in the Yuheng Imperial Palace?" he drawled, voice low and tinted with disdain. "Frankly, it's rather underwhelming." The disciple standing nearest him, dressed in flowing blue cedar robes and tang, clearly unsettled by Ye Cheng's brusque tone, hurried forward and whispered, "Chief Gu, you don't know the whole story. Although this palace's inheritance level is modest, its protective formation has already been dismantled by agents from the Yuheng Imperial Palace. That means we can retrieve whatever's inside far more quickly than if we broke into a completely untouched vault." Ye Cheng arched an eyebrow. His cold, blade-like gaze sharpened with interest. "Is that so?" he murmured, stepping closer to the palace's ornate gates, the corners of his mouth curling into an intrigued half-smile. Ye Cheng's gaze swept over the envoys from Yuheng Imperial Palace, cool and unyielding. With a single, dismissive flick of his hand, as though swatting away an insignificant insect, he spoke. "In that case, why are you still lingering here? Leave at once and find another inheritance hall. Miaocheng Palace belongs to the Seven Lights Palace. Is that clear?" One of the emissaries bristled, voice trembling with outrage. "Who does he think he is, coming off so arrogant?" A ripple of agreement ran through the crowd. "That's right. Even if he is the chief of the Seven Lights Palace, so what? Does he imagine that having one more Xuandi realm cultivator makes him invincible? If you didn't know any better, you'd swear Qiao Mansion had already produced an emperor." Chapter 251. The smug, condescending jeers of the Seven Lights Palace disciples grated on everyone present. Ye Cheng, the Yuheng Imperial Palace's most celebrated prodigy, felt his blood boil. He could no longer remain silent. Behind him, the Yuheng Emperor's son and daughter exchanged amused smirks, their pride barely contained. Swish! In a single fluid motion, the young prince extended his palm and channeled spiritual energy into it. Almost instantly, A snow-white spirit blade materialized, its chilling aura carrying the weight of a venerable-grade weapon. At the same moment, his sister summoned a blood-red spirit knife, equally suffused with venerable-level pressure. Both siblings, though only at the Emperor realm, had clearly earned privileges reserved for the most extraordinary heirs of the Imperial Palace. Blades in hand, the Imperial duo fixed their cold, contemptuous gazes on the chief disciple of Qiao Mansion. The air crackled with tension, a silent declaration that anyone foolish enough to disrespect the Yuheng lineage would face swift and unforgiving retribution. Word is that Qiao Mansion unearthed a prodigy 2 months ago, so gifted that the two Xuan emperors personally took him on as their disciple the day he arrived, teaching him all of the mansion's secret techniques. And in under a month, he was elevated to chief of Qiao Mansion. That chief is you, Ye Cheng. A mocking smile curved his lips. You've got it all wrong. Yes, the two Xuan emperors hold you in high regard, but without your own achievements to back you up, leaning on their favor is laughable. Parade around this way, and the world will see you as nothing more than a spoiled brat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground trembled with a thunderous crack. Both the son and daughter of Yuheng, a pair of late-stage Tianhuang geniuses, erupted with sheer force. Their combined aura washed over the plaza before Miaocheng Palace like a tidal wave, crushing the breath of every onlooker. Even the true disciples of Seven Stars Mansion, huddled behind their chief, felt the air grow heavy and their faces drain of color under that overwhelming pressure. The prodigies of Yuheng Imperial Palace, everyone from Yue Lei on down, gazed with outright awe at Yuheng's son and daughter, their eyes shone with fanatic admiration. How about it, Chief Ye Cheng? Yuheng's son intoned, his voice low and menacing. If you back down now, we can all pretend this never happened. But if you refuse, you and the entire Seven Stars Mansion may find your journey to Tianling Palace cut brutally short. A corner of Ye Cheng's mouth lifted in amusement. He let out a rich, mirthful laugh that rolled over the gathered crowd as if it were the calm before a storm. End this trip to Tianling Palace early? He repeated. How interesting. With that, Ye Cheng took a single step forward. In the very next instant, a vast, suffocating pressure exploded from him, far greater than the combined might of Yuheng's son and daughter. It crushed through the air like a yawning chasm, driving everyone present back to their knees and freezing the breath in their lungs. Even the most accomplished young geniuses felt their hearts pound in helpless awe at the display of power. God! God Emperor! How can Chief Ye Cheng be at the God Emperor Ascension? Yue Lei and the other prodigies of Yuheng Imperial Palace, yes, even the Emperor's own son and daughter, stood frozen, jaws agape. Hovering above them was Chief Ye Cheng, his aura radiating the unmistakable might of the God Emperor realm. Such power, even in the newly established Earth rankings, would secure a spot among the top 50. Is this truly the strength of Seven Lights Mansion's new chief? Someone gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Fear and despair flooded their hearts. They had come to challenge the mansion, only to discover they were up against an opponent so far beyond their reach. Chief Ye Cheng floated effortlessly in midair, his gaze sweeping over the assembled cultivators below. He lifted a singly hand, no outward strike followed, only a tightening of his aura that pressed upon their minds like a heavy weight. In his eyes burned an icy contempt. How is it? He asked, voice low and measured. Yuheng Imperial Palace, do you still wish to press the attack? Withdraw now, and I may spare you. Hesitate any longer, and I could change my mind. Silence fell. The humiliation in the eyes of the Yuheng Emperor and his heirs was plain for all to see. They had dared to provoke Seven Lights Mansion, and had been soundly put in their place. They dared not refuse the Divine Emperor's demand. His power alone could shatter every ounce of their pride. Yet just then, across the battlefield, a small, clear voice rang out, freezing everyone in their tracks. These words are for you too, the people of the Seven Lights Palace. Under stunned eyes, the little girl Xianxia, long dismissed by the geniuses of the Yuheng Imperial Palace as nothing more than a beautiful but fragile burden, suddenly appeared at the front of the crowd. Hands on her hips, chin tilted upward, she stared defiantly at the Qiao chief hovering overhead. If you leave now, I might still let you walk away, she said, unwavering. But hesitate any longer, and I'll change my mind. She turned her gaze to the outstretched hand of the Qiao chief, lifted her own, and carefully shaped a thread of spiritual energy between her fingers. It was slight, barely more than a wisp, but every bit as deliberate and controlled as her warning. Without an exceptionally keen spiritual sense, most cultivators wouldn't even notice what was happening. Yet now, the glow in the little girl's palm drew mocking laughter from the Qiao mansion's prodigies. Where did this child come from? Does she think she can humiliate us? One sneered. Bringing her into the inheritance hall? She hasn't even awakened her true spirit yet. Your recklessness will be her undoing. Another taunted. Even the sons and daughters of Yuheng Imperial Palace, who had come to curry favor with Nalan Qingyuan and Nalan Yunshan, flushed with embarrassment. They no longer cared about alliances. They just wanted to drag Gu Yunxi away before she disgraced them all. Then a clear, commanding voice rang out, freezing everyone in mid-sneer. Huh! The chief of the Seven Lights faltered, astonished by the brilliant spiritual energy radiating from Gu Yunxi. Very well, the voice said. We'll stand aside. Let her proceed. Under that single decree, the entire hall, everyone from the top talents to Nalan Qingyuan himself, fell silent, hearts pounding in anticipation. His face drained of all color, as though he'd seen a ghost. With a single flick of his wrist, spiritual energy rippled through his sleeves. He refused to stay another heartbeat. Gathering the dozen prodigies of Seven Lights Palace around him, he vanished from the courtyard of Ye Cheng Palace in the blink of an eye. Only the selected talents of the Yuheng Imperial Palace, among them the Yuheng Emperor himself, were left standing. They stared at one another in stunned silence, eyes wide with bewilderment. What just happened? One of them finally gasped. Chapter 252. Crack. Hundreds of miles from Ye Cheng Palace, a thunderous crack tore through the void. A jagged rift opened, and the chief of Qiao strode out, sweeping his sleeves in a grand gesture that released the normally disciplined geniuses of Qiao Mansion from their trance. When they blinked back to consciousness, the young prodigies found themselves standing in unfamiliar terrain. Confusion and suspicion flickered across their faces as they took in the alien surroundings. After a pregnant pause, one dared to speak. Chief, why have we left the mansion? Another chimed in, frowning. She's just a little girl. She probably hasn't even begun her formal cultivation. Could she really have some hidden power? A third scoffed. Even if she does, she's traveling under the Yuheng Imperial Palace's protection. How dangerous can she be? Their low, disbelieving chatter grew louder, and the chief's expression darkened. He raised a hand, voice cold as winter glass. Silence! Do you take me for a fool? The geniuses froze, chastised into silence. Yet as the chief stared down at his juniors, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng's heart still trembled at the memory of that little girl's shockwave. He clenched his teeth and called out, For the sake of my fellow disciples, I'll spare you this once, but if you insist on courting death, don't blame me when it finds you. He forced himself to slow his racing pulse. There's one thing I must warn you, he said, drawing a steady breath. The little girl you so easily dismiss, she is the true Saint Emperor. A stunned silence fell over the assembled talents of Qiao Mansion. No one spoke for a long moment. Then the shout rippled through them like thunder. The Saint Emperor! How can that be? She's barely 10 years old. A young prodigy from the Seven Stars Palace shivered, as though awakening from a nightmare, his voice trembling with disbelief. All around him, the other geniuses swayed on unsteady feet, their minds reeling. The Saint Emperor, embodied in a child. She's the legendary figure ranked second on the new land list. Miss Yunxi. Among the assembled disciples, the chief of Seven Stars Palace finally composed himself. He inclined his head toward her, and then cast a look back at Ye Cheng Hall, relief mingling with envy in his eyes. I still can't imagine how the Yuheng Imperial Palace is connected to this young lady. What an extraordinary opportunity. Despite his title as chief, he remained beneath the two Xuan emperors at the pinnacle of Seven Stars Palace. But Miss Yunxi? Her talents were peerless, and the power backing her must be immense, likely a clan at the Heavenly Emperor realm, if not higher. Even if her family were of average standing, her and her brother's gifts would virtually guarantee a path to sainthood in this world. To count oneself among her friends, let alone hold the rank of 7 stars chief, was a privilege so rare that even the 2 Xuan emperors themselves would burn with envy. The 7 stars chief and his entourage had only just departed, still buzzing with envy of the Yuheng imperial palace, when, inside Ye Cheng Hall, the palace's own prodigies were left utterly baffled. How had young Gu Yunxi driven off someone as formidable as the 7 stars chief? Could she truly be the daughter of a Tiandi realm titan? Soft murmurs spread through the room, each more incredulous than the last. Yet none of them dared approach her with their questions. After all, they had treated both Nalan Qingyuan and Gu Yunxi so coldly before. Even the emperor's own children felt awkward stepping forward, and neither Nalan Qingyuan nor Gu Yunxi seemed inclined to explain themselves. With the Qiao mansion's genius thoroughly cowed, Gu Yunxi suddenly bounded to the center of the hall, threw wide the massive doors of Ye Cheng, and then spun around. Her eyes bright with anticipation. "Auntie," she called, holding out her hand, "come quickly." "All right, let's move out." Nalan Qingyuan beamed at the little girl's bright smee, Li, and took the lead. Before they departed, she turned back to address everyone gathered at the Yuheng Imperial Palace. "Come on, boys and girls, let's stick together. I doubt the Qiao Mansion will dare stir up trouble again." At her invitation, the members of the Yuheng Imperial Palace hurried forward. After witnessing Gu Yunxi's formidable display of power, and with Nalan Qingyuan's encouragement, not even the Yuheng Emperor's own children would have dared follow them into Ye Cheng Palace on their own. As for the other prodigies, each trembled so badly they scarcely dared speak, much less repeat their earlier gossip. Their anxious glances betrayed how careful they'd become. Nalan Qingyuan and Gu Yunxi noticed the wary stares, but paid them no mind. Nalan Qingyuan had come solely to repay the kindness the Yuheng Imperial Palace had shown before. Winning favor among its young geniuses was not her concern. Neither Ye Cheng nor Nalan Qingyuan spoke a word as they walked. The cold autumn air did nothing to ease the tension on their faces. Soon, they arrived at the vast, tiered arena of Ye Cheng Palace's inheritance trial. The Yuheng Emperor's son, standing on a raised dais, cleared his throat and announced the rules. "Welcome to the inheritance battle arena of Ye Cheng Palace. This arena has 7 levels of increasingly difficult trials. Any disciple who conquers the 3rd level may select one of the treasure sects left behind by the Ye Cheng Xuan Emperor. The higher the level you overcome, the greater the reward you receive." A ripple of excitement spread through the assembled Tianjiao, the prodigies of Yuheng Imperial Palace. Many had thought the palace's sole Xuan Emperor realm giant would dominate, but the promise of rare treasures from the late Ye Cheng Xuan Emperor stirred them all. "If anyone manages to clear all 7 levels," the Emperor's son added, his voice ringing out, "they will claim the Xuan Emperor's complete inheritance, unmatched in all the realms." A hush fell over the crowd as they absorbed the scope of that offer. Trials of this magnitude were almost unheard of, and the treasure rumored to lie within these walls had already begun to kindle fierce ambition in every cultivator's heart. "If any of you can claim the Xuan Emperor's lost heritage technique, Yuheng Imperial Palace will gain an immense boost to its foundations, and every one of you here will gain invaluable insight. Best of all, it could drastically shorten your path to the Emperor realm." A wave of excitement sweeps through the crowd. The Emperor's son and daughter exchange a quick glance, their initial confidence wavering when they spot Nalan Qingyuan and Gu Yunxi standing there, utterly composed. The Crown Prince forces his shoulders square, then steps forward with a measured bow. "Disciple Nalan, Lady Gu Yunxi, will you allow us to challenge first?" Even the Emperor's own heirs hesitate to defy such formidable opponents. Noticing their unease, Nalan Qingyuan offers a reassuring smile and waves a hand. "Your Highness, Princess, please don't be so anxious. Why not take the first match? We'll be more than happy to watch." Beside him, Ye Cheng meets the prince's eye and inclines his head. "I came today to repay Yuheng Palace's kindness." Nalan Qingyuan folded her arms and regarded the 2 young prodigies from Yuheng Imperial Palace. "If the Emperor's son and daughter can win the heirship to Ye Cheng Palace on their own," she said coolly, "then there's no need for me to step in. I have ample means to repay my debt. I'm not desperate for this chance." Gu Yunxi, still a child but keen of wit, caught her aunt's drift. She hopped from one foot to the other, then, waving her hand in imitation of Nalan Qingyuan, chirped, "Aunt is right. You two go first. If you can't beat them, then we'll take over." The emperor's son and daughter exchanged a glance, amusement flickering in their eyes. Yet when they looked at Nalan Qingyuan's composed stance and saw Gu Yunxi at her side, they could only bow their heads in agreement. "Very well, Lel will step into the ring first." "By all means, your highnesses," Nalan Qingyuan answered with a graceful nod. And so the two heirs began their challenge. From the sidelines, Nalan Qingyuan and Gu Yunxi watched attentively, piecing together the rules governing the seven-tiered battle ring, and preparing themselves for whatever came next. The seven-level battle ring is structured so that each successive tier is tougher than the last. A challenger may pick any level for their single attempt. If they fail, they lose the right to retry that same tier and must move either up or down. If they succeed, they earn one, and only one, reward. For example, a prodigy who clears Tier 5 but chooses not to claim its prize can press on to Tier 6 and even Tier 7 in pursuit of something greater. However, the moment they accept the Tier 5 reward, they forfeit any further rewards, regardless of how many more victories they notch. Naturally, the geniuses of Yuhang Imperial Palace always start at the highest level. Yet this year's showing was disappointing. Even the Emperor's strongest son and daughter fell at Tier 7. Their only triumph was in Tier 6, each winning a single dose of the coveted Level 6 venerable medicine. Such treasures were undoubtedly valuable, but they hardly measured up to the full inheritance of a Xuan Emperor realm that everyone had been clamoring for. And Yue Lei? He didn't even clear the 5th ring. He walked away with nothing more than the 4th ring consolation prize. A heavy silence fell over the Yuhang Imperial Palace. Disappointment settled on every face until Gu Yunxi, who had been watching patiently from the sidelines, suddenly sprang to his feet. "Enough sitting around," he announced with a grin. "You've all had your chance. Now it's my turn." His boldness drew curious and skeptical glances from the other Tianjiao disciples. Gu Yunxi's origins were shrouded in mystery, and rumors hinted at a formidable lineage. Yet at such a young age, how far could his cultivation really have progressed? All eyes shifted to the Ye Cheng Palace trial arena. There, each challenger faced a series of gatekeeper puppets calibrated to his Dao realm, a Xuanhuang stage opponent in the 1st ring, and by the 7th ring, a guardian puppet as powerful as an early Tianhuang cultivator. The gauntlet was brutal, and now it lay before Gu Yunxi. "A high realm isn't always an advantage," one onlooker murmured, "and a lower realm doesn't make it impossible to conquer the trial battle ring. This young lady must come from a powerful sect. If she summons a gatekeeper puppet from the body refining or true spirit realm, she could actually claim the Miao Emperor's full inheritance." At the thought, all eyes brightened when Gu Yunxi sprang onto the ring. But in the very next instant, their anticipation curdled into outright shock. No, horror. Boom. The moment Gu Yunxi touched the ring, the trial formation beneath the 7th ring flared to life. In perfect synchronicity, her guardian puppet appeared, clad in burnished gold armor and wielding a sword taller than any man. It stood majestic and imposing, every inch the fearsome warrior. Yet it wasn't its size or armament that froze the spectators in disbelief. It was the colossal aura pouring from the puppet's very core, a power so profound that even the seasoned geniuses of the Yuhang Imperial Palace could only stare, wide-eyed, as it shook the temple to its foundations. "I'd be happy to help. Could you please provide the full chapter text you'd like rewritten? Once I have the complete passage, I'll transform it into a polished, idiomatic English version with Ye Cheng as the protagonist." Chapter 253, Silence. The moment the golden armored war puppet materialized before Ye Cheng on the grand stage, every genius in the Yuhang Imperial Palace froze. Shock hammered in their chests as they stared, mouths agape. Nalan Qingyuan and the others hadn't expected such a display. But none were more stunned than Yue Lei, the palace's own prodigy. He'd been impressed when Ye Cheng had driven off the chief disciple of the 7 Stars mansion. Back then, Yue Lei chalked it up to family backing. Now those assumptions lay in ruins. With a single, effortless motion of his finger, Ye Cheng had summoned a war puppet whose gleaming plates were etched with flickering runes of annihilation. Its very presence radiated the might of a Saint Emperor cultivator. In that instant, Yue Lei understood how badly he'd misjudged this young genius. Yet neither Ye Cheng nor Nalan Qingyuan spared him so much as a glance, standing poised and unshaken as the puppet hovered behind them, its silent threat hanging heavy in the air. At that moment, Yue Lei's cheeks burned with humiliation, as if he'd been struck by an invisible blow. The other prodigies from Yuhang Imperial Palace weren't faring much better. All of them stared at the guardian war puppet opposite Ye Cheng, its every movement suffused with the terrifying pressure of a perfected Saint Emperor. Even the slowest mind in the crowd grasped the implication. A Saint Emperor who hasn't even turned 10. The Yuhang Emperor's son felt his throat go dry. As both a recognized genius of the 3,000 realms and the palace's heir, fresh from a period of secluded retreat, he knew exactly how monumental this was. This young man attained the Saint Emperor realm before his 10th birthday, he whispered. He even overcame the fiery demon war body of the Void God Tower. He's second on the Earth list, Ye Cheng. Just then, a thunderous roar rolled through the arena, heralding the next clash on the battle ring. The guardian war puppet personally sacrificed by the late Miao Cheng Swan Emperor unleashed a thunderous battle cry. Despite its squat, 3-foot frame, it hurtled forward with a speed utterly at odds with its bulk, like a blazing meteor aimed straight at Ye Cheng. The air itself tore apart in a high-pitched crack as the puppet bore down on him. With a single, sweeping arc, its oversized sword cleaved through nothingness. Spiritual energy flared along the blade, and in an instant hundreds of brilliant slivers of light fanned out, each one a miniature sword strike. The radiance was so intense that the very fabric of space seemed to shudder and collapse wherever the lights fell. Watching this, the prodigies from Yuhang Imperial Palace finally shook off their stupor over Ye Cheng's true identity. They drew in a collective gasp, their eyes shadowed with worry. They'd only just remembered a crucial rule of this arena challenge. The more formidable the contestant, the deadlier the guardian puppet set against him. For a Saint Emperor of Ye Cheng's caliber, setting foot onto the 7th arena meant he was guaranteed to face an opponent with at least venerable rank power. The Yuhang Emperor's daughter instinctively pressed a hand to her heart as she watched him prepare. Though Ye Cheng's renown already echoed across Shenzhou, the best display of his strength so far reached only the lower echelons of the venerable tier. Among the Imperial Palace's prodigies, speculation ran high, and so did their anxiety. If Ye Cheng couldn't hold his own against a true venerable opponent, there would be no opportunity for rescue. Just as tension peaked, a sharp whisper of air signaled the start. On the battle ring, Ye Cheng moved with deadly precision. Rather than ceding ground against the roaring guardian war puppet's storm-like assault, he countered head-on, unfazed, unflinching, and utterly determined to rewrite everyone's expectations. Guyanxi lifted her slender, lily-white hand. At her command, crackling spiritual energy coalesced into a storm of thunder. Then, with a sharp cry, "Fall ba! K!" The thunderstorm exploded outward, instantly forming a vast curtain of divine lightning that cascaded like a celestial waterfall. In an instant, the venerable-level guardian war puppet and the hundreds of sword-light arcs it hurled were swallowed by the raging torrent. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 10 breaths later, Guyanxi swept her hand forward, and the roaring thunderbolt vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. When the final sparks dimmed, the assembled prodigies of the Yuhang Imperial Academy stood in stunned silence. Before them lay the guardian war puppet, once a towering testament to venerable-level power, reduced to a molten pool of metal that had dripped and hardened across the stage. Even this apex automaton had no answer to Guyanxi's might. Right before Ye Cheng, the guardian war puppet couldn't even withstand a single blow. In an instant, it was utterly shattered and destroyed by him. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, the geniuses of Yuhang Imperial Palace would never have believed such a prodigy existed. Buzz! As everyone stared at one another in astonishment over Ye Cheng's achievement, the remains of the war puppet dissipated. Then, from the very center of the 7th ring, a pillar of silvery light shot skyward. In its glow, a jade roll, the inheritance token of the Ye Cheng Emperor, descended and landed at Ye Cheng's feet. Every scholar and disciple present from Yuheng Imperial Palace froze, eyes wide. That jade roll contained the emperor's entire legacy of inherited techniques. Yet though they all longed to claim it, whether the emperor's own children, Yue, or the palace's top disciples, not one dared make a move. None of them had even broken through the seventh ring, after all. Ye Cheng's presence alone was enough to guarantee that no one else could claim the inheritance jade. Even if some of them had passed the seventh trial, who in the Yuheng Imperial Palace would dare deny him the legacy once they'd witnessed his overwhelming power? He paid no mind to the envious glances of the other prodigies. With a casual flick of his wrist, he plucked the jade token from its display case. After a perfunctory once-over, he tossed it to Nalan Qingyuan. "Auntie, want to see what's inside?" His tone was flat, almost bored. Frankly, he'd expected the inheritance technique to be underwhelming, but he hadn't realized just how modest it would be. The jade concealed only a beginner's Emperor-level combat manual and a similarly rudimentary Emperor-level secret technique. In terms of supernatural prowess, it couldn't even compare to the ordinary spirit-slaying routines circulating in the lower halls. Ye Cheng arched an eyebrow. This Ye Cheng divine general is only a Xuan emperor? That's all they've left behind? Nalan Qingyuan glanced down at the jade token in her hand, amusement dancing in her eyes as she met her little niece's crestfallen expression. Truth be told, an inheritance scroll combining secret techniques and matching skills is incredibly rare, Yunxi. You're asking for far too much. Her niece's disappointment only widened Nalan Qingyuan's smile. Without another word, she handed the token across the table to the Yuheng Emperor's son and daughter, who had just been lamenting their empty-handed return and dreading how they'd explain it at court. "Princess," Nalan Qingyuan said lightly, "this inheritance scroll is now yours." The young royals froze, glancing at one another in shock. Stammering, the prince finally managed. "But, how can we accept this?" Nalan Qingyuan waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it. I've no use for a scroll left behind by the late Ye Cheng Emperor. Think of it as my reward for the guidance I've provided here." With that, she turned and called, "Yunxi, let's be on our way." Her niece, Yunxi, hesitated only a moment before slipping her arm through her aunt's. Together they departed, leaving the emperor's children staring after them in stunned gratitude, and holding a prize they'd scarcely dared to hope for. Yuheng Emperor's son and daughter exchanged uneasy glances. The prince cleared his throat. "Taoist Gu, are you saying you won't be staying at the Imperial Palace from now on?" Ye Cheng gave a slight nod. "That's right. I've already left Nalan Peak with my grandfather and mother, so I'm no longer part of the Imperial Palace." He paused for a moment, then offered a warm smile. "Although I won't serve here any longer, we still belong to the same sect, and I hope we remain friends. But I've finally found my father and brother. If we meet again, please call me by my real name, Ye Cheng." With that, he took his sister Yunxi's hand and quietly turned to go. The assembled prodigies of Yuheng Imperial Palace stood frozen, too stunned even to blink. Only after Ye Cheng and his sister had vanished into the distance did they awaken from their daze, clutching the jade inheritance tablets left behind by the Ye Cheng Emperor, and still wondering if any of it had been real. This Nalan Qingyuan? No, Taoist Ye Cheng. What's the story with the father and brother he's found? And why hasn't the Ye Cheng Emperor's inheritance been released yet, in your estimation? The crown prince and princess of Yuheng exchanged uneasy glances, their shock barely contained. Before they could speak, Yue stepped forward, voice low and respectful. "Your Highnesses, I might know something." Until now, everyone's focus had been on the trial convened by the Ye Cheng Emperor and on Yunxi's astonishing display of power. The imperial court was already bracing for the embarrassment of returning empty-handed, having failed to secure the emperor's legacy. Only Yue had kept an eye on Yunxi and Taoist Ye Cheng. Now, leaning in, he whispered just loud enough for the royals to hear. "I overheard Miss Yunxi earlier. She addressed Ye Cheng as her uncle." "Pardon? What did you say, uncle?" At the simple revelation, the assembled nobles froze. A chill ran through the hall as the crown prince and princess realized the implications. The Taoist they dismissed as a lone wanderer was, in fact, Gu Yunxi's own uncle. The room fell into stunned silence, every eye turning to Ye Cheng, whose calm smile concealed secrets that would reshape the court's understanding of family and power forever. The princes and princesses of the Yuheng imperial palace were left utterly stunned, and even the prodigies from the other palaces stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 254. Yue Lei, are you absolutely certain? The Yuheng emperor's son and daughter leaned forward, their expressions solemn. Every eye in the hall was fixed on Yue Lei. If his information proved accurate, it would be a monumental discovery, one that could reshape the rivalries of the 3,000 realms. All the sects across Nanshuan Shenzhou had been clamoring to learn Miss Yunxi's origins, and now it seemed the answer was finally within reach. Yue Lei swallowed and met their gaze. Yes, I'm positive. I heard Miss Yunxi address Ye Cheng as aunt on more than one occasion. The prince and princess exchanged stunned looks. Ye Cheng, the legendary cultivator of the Gu family, elder brother to Nalan Qingyuan's father, was one of the empire's greatest heroes. If Yue Lei's claim was true, then Miss Yunxi was none other than Ye Cheng's niece. A murmur rippled through the assembled prodigies of the Yuheng imperial palace. One of them spoke up hesitantly. It's true, I remember hearing her call Ye Cheng aunt during the Celestial Dance Festival, but at the time I dismissed it as a slip of the tongue. Another nodded, so we didn't imagine it after all. Miss Yunxi really is the Gu family's niece. The prince's eyes gleamed. This is earth-shattering news. The Gu clan is renowned throughout the 3,000 realms. To have one of its scions here in the imperial court, no wonder every sect has been so desperate to discover her lineage. The princess's brow lifted in realization. Imagine the implications. With the Gu family's support, Miss Yunxi's future in the court and on the battlefield will be assured. Our rivals won't see it coming. As the gravity of Yue Lei's revelation sank in, the grand hall fell into a charged silence. Whispers swelled like a gathering storm, for the name Ye Cheng carried power, prestige, and the promise of new alliances that could tip the balance of the entire realm. And at the center of it all stood Miss Yunxi, now finally revealed as a true heir of the noble Gu family. They have to be from the same bloodline, the assembled prodigies breathed in unison, eyes alight with excitement. Emperor Yuheng and Empress Yuheng exchanged a swift, conspiratorial glance. The emperor cleared his throat. This discovery must reach the highest elders of the palace at once, he said, voice firm. However, it stays strictly between you and your respective mentors, no wider circulation. He paused to let the instructions sink in. As long as our leaders discreetly accord Daozun Yunshan the respect he merits, our work here is done. Do I make myself clear? A chorus of respectful bows answered him. Even Princess Yuheng, standing beside her mother, nodded gravely. Neither Miss Yunxi nor Master Qingchen has ever publicized their origins, she observed softly. If we were to announce it without their consent, we'd risk offending them unnecessarily. The emperor inclined his head. Precisely, we uphold their dignity and our own by keeping this knowledge confined to trusted ears. Although every scholar present swore on their honor to remain silent, eager whispers still passed beneath gloved hands and behind folding screens. After all, some secrets were just too tantalizing to resist dissecting. Privately. On the journey home, even the Yuheng emperor couldn't resist tapping into his network to uncover the truth about Ye Cheng's family. What he learned was astonishing. Nalan Yan had once fled Nalan Peak, wandered into the spirit realm, and there she married Gu Yuan, eventually giving birth to a son, Ye Cheng, and a daughter. For the Nalan clan, now headed by Nalan Feng, this was the sort of scandal they would have killed to suppress. Yet no amount of internal secrecy could stand against the emperor's intelligence apparatus. Before long, every scrap of the story had reached his ears. Worse still, it turned out that Nalan Ba had never forgiven his family for treating Nalan Yan as nothing more than a bargaining chip. In cultivation households, it was common to arrange marriages of direct heirs as political or strategic alliances. But Nalan Yan was different, a saint-level cultivator, the pride and future of the clan, whose achievements far outshone most of her peers. She should have been free to choose her own path. Instead, under pressure from Nalan Feng and the council, her hand in marriage had been traded away. For what? a single Danwen-grade Tiandao pill. The emperor's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the details. To risk a saint of Nalanyan's stature for so paltry a reward spoke volumes about the Nalan family's short-sightedness, and it offered him both a pretext and an opportunity he could not ignore. It was the height of short-sightedness. First, Nalanba forcibly dragged Nalanyan and Nalan Qingyuan back to the Nalan clan, then imprisoned Nalanyan and even, apart from protocol, extracted the Gu family bloodline from Nalan Qingyuan. News of these ruthless tactics sent shivers down the spines of the Yuheng emperor and his court. They'd long wondered why Taoist Yunshan had chosen to leave Nalan Peak so soon after his ordination. With his cultivation, they assumed that if anyone were to break away, it would be Nalanba himself. Now they realized that Yunshan had been the prudent one all along. And there was more. Nalanyan's husband's clan, the Gu family, had already produced brilliant heirs like Gu Yushi and his sister. Even if those talents didn't exist, it's likely Yunshan would have eventually severed ties with the Nalan household, though perhaps at a later date. Under Nalanba's leadership, the entire clan was rotten from the top down. Why stay and sink into the mire when you could strike out on your own? Ye Cheng flipped through the dossier in his hand, absorbing every detail of the tangled succession, hidden alliances, and shattered loyalties. Everything was laid out before him. He knew exactly how Nalanba had maneuvered, how the emperor's court had reacted, and why Taoist Yunshan had made the only sensible choice, to cut his losses and start anew. All the prodigies gathered in the Yuheng imperial palace shook their heads in unison, awed by Nalanba's unerring judgment. Even as they exchanged murmurs of admiration, one young talent, an up-and-coming star himself, suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening in surprise. "The Guardian sect?" he blurted. "You mean the Guardian Emperor's son?" Another echoed. The Yuheng Emperor's own son and daughter, seated nearby, turned to him in curiosity. "What's wrong?" the princess asked. "Why are you so shocked?" "It's nothing, Your Highness." The prodigy forced a wry smile, though his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "But didn't we all receive an invitation from the Emperor's alliance not long ago to the Eternal Tao Conference? By my reckoning, it must be happening right about now. Surely Your Highnesses intend to attend?" A ripple of tension passed through the assembly. The Emperor's alliance was a loose coalition uniting the great imperial houses and sects across the 3,000 realms. On paper, its purpose was simple: to share resources, exchange intelligence, and stand united against the demons that still lurked beyond the ancient battlefield. In practice, however, alignment with the alliance carried far-reaching political weight, and missing its premier gathering could invite unwelcome speculation. Despite belonging to the same imperial coalition, the sects of the Emperor's alliance have never exactly been on friendly terms. Take the Seven Lights Mansion and the Yuheng Imperial Palace, for example. Both swear fealty to the alliance, yet their rivalry has festered for generations. When the Great Era dawned and saint-level orders arose, however, the looming threat of the Taoist sects and the encroaching immortal inheritances forced the imperial houses into an uneasy solidarity. It was in this spirit of reluctant unity that the Zhenwu Imperial Palace, currently the alliance's leading power, announced the first-ever Eternal Tao Conference. Invitations were dispatched to every major imperial sect, summoning their top disciples and brightest prodigies to see on verge at the Eternal Pool. This legendary divine treasure, a sacred basin of crystalline water said to heighten one's spiritual acuity, lies directly under Zhenwu's control. The purpose of the conference was simple and urgent: to promote open dialogue among the Empire's elite cultivators, to forge stronger bonds, and above all to provide a forum where old grudges could finally be laid to rest. In a time of external pressures and factional distrust, the Eternal Tao Conference offered a rare chance for the imperial sects to stand united. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator can use the Eternal Tao Conference to refine the body, purify the Taoist heart, and gain deeper insight into the laws and rhythms of the Tao. That's why this gathering is regarded as the premier event for the great imperial sects across the 3,000 realms. Naturally, as heirs of the Yuheng Imperial Palace, Prince Ye Cheng and his sister both received invitations, but that posed its own complications. This has nothing to do with the Heaven Guardian sect's young master, Does it? Empress Yuheng asked with a playful smile. Do you honestly think we're so bored that we'd waltz over there and dish all the details of Nalanyan's plight? She laughed softly. The Heaven Guardian sect is one of the grand imperial sects within the Imperial Alliance, and its heir, the Heaven Guardian sect's young master, will certainly attend the conference. But neither she nor the Emperor would stoop to idle gossip in another sect's hall. Of course, the Imperial heirs wouldn't simply sit idly by, the Xianxia fumed, waving his arms in exasperation. But you're all missing the real issue. As soon as Taoist Master Yunshan withdrew from Nalan Peak, word swept through the 3,000 realms. In our Imperial Alliance, Yuheng Palace included, every major power scrambled to court him. Qiao Mansion dispatched its finest envoys to secure him as a guest minister. Zhenwu Palace and the Kushuan Dao sect have both sent emissaries to forge ties. With that level of interest, an invitation to the Eternal Dao Conference is all but guaranteed. His voice dropped to a tense whisper, and the assembled Tianjiao of Yuheng Palace exchanged uneasy glances. If Master Yunshan arrives alone, it's one thing, but he won't come by himself. He'll bring his daughter. Just picture the scene when Nalan Yan and the Heavenly Protector's son cross paths again at the Eternal Pond. All the prodigies within the Yuheng Imperial Palace were positively buzzing with excitement. A handful of them, those who counted the Guardian of Heaven's son as a friend, could only sigh inwardly for his sake. In days gone by, whenever Nalan Yan crossed paths with the Guardian's heir, their concern would always lie with Nalan Yan, fearing that the former saint of the Nalan family might be rattled by the young man's soaring talents. Today, however, their only hope was that the Guardian's son had forged a Dao heart strong enough to endure the shock. Chapter 255. Is this the venue of the Eternal Dao Conference? It's so lively. A few days later, before the vast expanse of the Eternal Pool within the Zhenwu Emperor Palace, masters from all 3,000 realms poured in like a surging tide. Stalls and pavilions lined the courtyards, banners fluttered in the breeze, the air thrummed with anticipation. Ye Cheng, his sister Gu Yunqi, Nalan Yan, Gu Yuan, and Gu Qingyuan stood at the edge of the crowds, taking it all in. Ye Cheng's eyes shone with excitement. He'd spent weeks secluded in the clan's retreat, forbidden any outside excursions. So when news of the Eternal Dao Conference reached him, he'd been determined to attend. Nalan Yunshan, who was helping manage the Gu family's affairs, was too occupied to escort him, so the responsibility fell to Nalan Yan. And of course, Gu Yunqi would never let her brother venture off alone. Claiming she simply wanted to keep an eye on him, she cheerfully tagged along, her own curiosity barely concealed. As the five of them stepped into the throng of cultivators, the crackle of spiritual energy and the murmur of legends being traded made it clear. The Eternal Dao Conference had begun. At last, all 5 members of the Gu family had arrived at the sprawling hall of the Eternal Dao Conference. Everyone except Ye Cheng, who was still locked in seclusion, perfecting a fresh batch of holy-grade elixirs and unable to tear himself away. Even Grandmaster Gu Yuan and Marquise Gu Qingyuan had made it here on schedule. The Eternal Dao Conference was the greatest gathering of cultivators in the 3,000 realms, drawing prodigies and eccentrics alike. Everywhere Ye Cheng looked, there was something brand new and dazzling. His eyes lit up. It's absolutely worth the trip. The young prodigy gave a playful, grown-up sigh that made Gu Qingyuan chuckle. A group of Emperor Sect talents, hoping to ingratiate themselves, were already moving in to strike up a conversation with Qingyuan, only to be intercepted by Gu Yuan himself. With the utmost courtesy, he offered them a gentle bow. Friends, please feel free to mingle elsewhere. Though his tone remained warm, the faint surges of power rippling off him were enough to blot the color from their faces. After months of secluded cultivation, Gu Yuan had finally broken through to the Xuanzun realm. Ye Cheng stood at the center of the academy's grand courtyard, every eye trained on him. Though he had only just broken into the early Xuanzun stage, his confidence brimmed as if he'd already mastered the perfection realm. After all, he'd ascended to Venerable before turning 50, an achievement all but unheard of in this golden age. A small contingent of young geniuses from the Imperial Cultivation sect had gathered to test their mettle. Beside him, Nalan Yan, freshly restored to the imperial realm by the palace's supreme elixirs, stood radiant in her own right. Yet even her recent breakthroughs failed to dazzle these prodigies. They had come expecting a spectacle. Instead, they found themselves dwarfed by her husband's presence. With a single measured exhalation, Ye Cheng released his aura. It swept across the courtyard like a storm tide, and one after another, those would-be challengers faltered, edging backward until not a soul dared speak. Pride lit Nalanyan's eyes as she pressed her hand into his. At her touch, Ye Cheng's chest tightened with happiness. In the shadow of a pillar, their daughter Gu Qingyuan watched with a frown. Father had once again chased away the flies on her behalf, but why did it feel as if she'd been reduced to mere scenery? She bit her lip, silently stewing in resentment, when a distant clamor broke the tense silence. Kushuandao sect. Kushuandaozi has arrived, someone announced excitedly. Kushuandaozi is here, came another voice. Let's go greet him. In an instant, every prodigy in Zhenchuan, and even the venerable emperors and elders gathered in this hall, hurried over to pay their respects to the famed Daozi. Their departure left the area around the Gu Fo, Amelie strikingly quiet. He really is impressive, a spectator whispered. Guyuan watched the commotion with a wry smile. It was more of an amused sigh than envy. After all, he knew that if he chose to unveil the true identities of his two young grandchildren, the gathering's reaction would eclipse even this. Pros and powerhouses would flock to them, and perhaps Kushuan Daozi himself would come calling. They've all gone, Guyuan said, turning to Nalanyan. Let's find a place to sit. It was so crowded before, we couldn't even get a seat. Nalanyan returned his smile. Gathering her grandchildren by the hand, she led them to a delicate flower pavilion beside the window, where they could finally rest and enjoy the view. Through the latticed window, the peaks of the snow-capped mountains rose majestically behind the palace. Nestled among their slopes was a legendary spring pool, its surface shimmering with Taoist qi. This was the famed eternal pond of the Zhenwu Emperor Palace, an aura of serenity that drew pilgrims from across the realm. Before the arrival of Kushuan Daozi, these window seats by the arching veranda were nearly impossible to reserve. Gu Qingyuan gathered Yunxi and his younger sister by his side. He gestured toward the distant pond and smiled. Let's take our time enjoying this view first. Then we'll head down to the eternal pond for meditation. Afterward, we'll see if there are any interesting events to join. If there's nothing that strikes our fancy, we'll return home and help your father prepare for the Julie Mountain ceremony. How does that sound? Sounds great, the two children replied in unison, their faces lighting up. Their bright eyes followed the winding path that led from the palace terrace down to the pool. The soft glimmer of the water, framed by ancient pines and drifting snowflakes, captivated them completely. Watching the siblings lean forward in delight, Nalanyan and Guyuan exchanged amused glances. But just as they were about to settle into the peaceful moment, a sudden uproar echoed from the courtyard below. Feet pounding on stone, startled shouts, and the unmistakable clamor of approaching crowds. Everyone's attention snapped toward the source of the disturbance. A ripple of excitement ran through the crowd as the gates of the palace swung open. Look over there. That's the Heaven Guardian sect's contingent, someone whispered. Is that really the Heaven Guardian Emperor himself? Another voice choked with awe. He's advanced all the way to the Divine Emperor realm now. Astounding! And next to him is Princess Xianxia, a third onlooker added, envy tinting her tone. She's only at the Divine King level, yet she's engaged to the Heaven Guardian Emperor. What a fortunate match. I'm green with jealousy. As the spectators traded sighs and exclamations, a splendid procession passed through the gateway, a noble couple riding side by side, flanked by a host of attendants. At once, Guyuan and Nalanyan froze, their faces tightening with tension. Yaner, Guyuan murmured, worry shadowing his eyes as he glanced at his wife. Even their eldest son, Gu Qingyuan, rose to his feet instinctively. But Nalanyan lifted a hand to steady him. I'm all right, she said softly, though her voice betrayed a hint of unease. Really, I am. She reminded herself she had nothing to fear from these old rivals. After all, they now had a son like Ye Cheng, strong, accomplished, and resolute, and her husband himself was honored as a contemporary venerable. If it came to a matter of prestige, she had the upper hand. Yet she couldn't ignore the reality of her present company. Her beloved daughter, 2 little grandchildren, Xianxia and her brother, and the long road ahead of them. For all her courage, she wasn't quite ready to face that old world again, not with so many depending on her. So she simply took a steadying breath and waited to see who would acknowledge whom first. Why must the old grievances of adults darken a child's view of the world? Brother Yuan, let's go to the Eternal Pond first, Nalan Yan said, tugging at Gu Yuan's sleeve. Gu Yuan smiled and rose to his feet. All right, let's head there right away. At the same time, Ye Cheng reached out and took the 2 children by the hand. Yunxi, Qingchen, come on, we'll go to the Eternal Pond first. Okay. The little ones didn't understand why everyone was in such a hurry, but they could tell their grandmother seemed annoyed. They nodded solemnly and followed the adults across the courtyard toward the glimmering pool. Meanwhile, the monks gathered to welcome Emperor Hu Qian began to murmur among themselves. Who are those people over there? One whispered. They didn't pay their respects to Master Kushuan Daozi when he arrived, nor did they bow to the emperor just now. Who do they think they are? Even Emperor Hu Qian and Princess Xianxia looked up at the unusual scene. The emperor cast a quick glance their way, then shook his head. He saw nothing remarkable, just a family making its way to the pond, so he turned his attention back to the ceremony. But when Princess Xianxia saw the scene, she couldn't suppress a slight frown. One of the figures stepping into the eternal pool seemed eerily familiar. Could it really be Nalan Yan? Her heart skipped a beat, and before she knew it, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Princess Xianxia had never actually met Nalan Yan, but that didn't stop her excitement. She'd already gathered everything she could find on him, and even obtained his portrait. If this really was Nalan Yan in the flesh, nothing could be more perfect. The heaven-guarding emperor was known throughout the realms for his modesty and gentleness. Even after shattering the divine emperor barrier, he had shunned the public eye. This Eternal Tao Conference would be his very first official appearance before cultivators from all 3,000 realms since ascending to the divine emperor realm. Under ordinary circumstances, not even Princess Xianghua's pleas could have persuaded the emperor's son to attend. So what had driven the princess to make such a desperate request? Was it merely to proclaim to the world that she was wed to a divine emperor? That alone would have sufficed for most, but Princess Xianxia had loftier aims. She longed above all to flaunt her distinguished husband in front of Nalan Yan. The catch was that she'd never yet found the right moment to do it. And now, with the Eternal Tao Conference just days away, her chance might finally arrive. Now, it seems the opportunity has finally come to me, Ye Cheng murmured as he stepped into the vast expanse of the eternal pool. Stretching thousands of feet in every direction, the pool's surface shimmered with currents of Tao that rose like pillars into the sky. Even cultivators at the Emperor Realm could use its waters to cleanse their bodies, deepen their understanding of the way, and advance their cultivation. Rumor held that the pool's purifying baptism adjusted itself to the visitor's level, growing more intense the higher one's realm. Yet, instead of plunging in at once, Ye Cheng and the rest of the Gu family selected a tranquil spot on the bank. They sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began to absorb the Taoic energy drifting over the water. Their intent was clear, to meditate on the laws of heaven and earth and sharpen their Tao hearts before purifying their bodies. Time slipped by in profound stillness. Just as Ye Cheng felt a surge of enlightenment building in his mind, a procession of radiant figures arrived at the pool's edge. The prodigies and powerhouses who had been gathered in the nearby palace walked out in small clusters, 2 or 3 at a time, and froze when they saw the Gu family so calmly at work. A ripple of astonishment passed through them. After all, this was the site of the Eternal Tao Conference, and few had expected Ye Cheng and his clan to stake such a prominent claim so early in the proceedings. Yet there they were, absolutely at ease, meditating under the heavens as if this moment had been theirs to seize all along. Many of the cultivators and prodigies gathered here didn't come solely for the Eternal Pond. Just as important was the chance to network, share insights, and debate the Tao with their peers. Every other Imperial Alliance's Tao conference followed that same ritual. Yet the House of Gu, led by the young genius Ye Cheng, had done something remarkable. They ignored all the usual courtesies and rushed straight to the eternal pond. It wasn't unheard of, but it was certainly bold. "Who is that?" one rising talent murmured to his neighbor. "He's different." His companion paused before offering a diplomatic reply, while the surrounding geniuses and even the old masters exchanged curious, confused looks. At that moment, a mocking voice drifted across the courtyard, Princess Chonghua's unmistakable tone. "Sister Nalan, are you in such a hurry? You haven't even greeted the other Taoists before dashing off to the eternal pond." A cool retort rang back. "Forgive me, sister. I'd forgotten how long you've been confined by your family and how many hidden wounds you still bear. I can see how urgent this must feel to you." "It's you who talks too much, sister," Princess Chonghua declared with an exaggerated curtsy toward Nalanyan. Though her posture was apologetic, her eyes shone with unmistakable derision. Even the slowest onlooker could tell her "sorry" was nothing but a pretense. Around them, the assembled prodigies and dignitaries, long curious about the mysterious Gu family, exchanged knowing glances. One by one, they looked at Nalanyan and at Gu Yuan, and the others standing just behind her, pity and intrigue mingling in their expressions. "That's the Nalan family," someone murmured. "The saint's own granddaughter, the one who refused the Heaven's Guardian sect's heir." "Really? That's Nalanyan?" another asked in disbelief. "Indeed. I heard she married some minor lord from a declining clan in the distant provinces. He's the man at her side. His name's Ye Cheng." "It makes sense they rushed straight to the eternal pond," came the next whisper. "He's probably counting on it as his only chance." "How tragic," someone sighed. "Tragic for whom?" Another shot back, brows raised. "She refused the Heaven Guardian sect heir's proposal. Today's disgrace is entirely her own doing." A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd as they shook their heads. Stares passed over Nalanyan, then lingered on Ye Cheng and the others arrayed behind her. Some onlookers sneered, some looked on with disdain, and many simply waited for the next twist in the drama. A handful, however, felt a pang of sympathy. Princess Chonghua's outburst had truly gone too far. "Chonghua, that's enough. Stop," the Heaven Guardian sect heir said coldly, his brow drawn with disapproval. At the note of displeasure in her husband's voice, Chonghua's confident facade crumbled and she fell into uneasy silence. The heir inclined his head in apology. "My apologies, everyone. My wife spoke out of turn. Please forgive her indiscretion." Whispers of approval rippled through the assembly. In that moment, they saw leadership worthy of an imperial scion. One spectator even leaned over and murmured to his companion, "Now that's a true leader of the Emperor's sons. He has foresight. He's magnanimous. This young master of the Heaven Guardian sect will surely become a legend across the 3,000 realms. One day, he'll lift our sect to unprecedented heights and stand as the very pillar of the Emperor Alliance." Though I shouldn't say it out loud, comparing people really lights a fire under you. As the crowd buzzed with admiration, Princess Chonghua inwardly regretted not provoking Nalanyan more boldly. The thrill she'd felt at the stir of scandal was almost addictive. She cast a triumphant glance at her husband's serene face. Surely he was secretly pleased. After all, modesty had its own rewards, didn't it? She watched Nalanyan closely, expecting to glimpse some twinge of regret or irritation. But her smile slowly faded. From the heaven-protecting emperor's humble apology to the onlookers' rapt applause, Nalanyan had remained perfectly composed. Even Ye Cheng, who stood quietly at her side, showed no emotion. Only when the murmurs turned to direct comparisons did his calm facade waver for a heartbeat, enough to reveal that, despite appearances, he too felt the sting of being measured against another. That little fluctuation was downright comical. Gu Yuan waved a hand. "Yuan heir, take Yunxi and Qing Chen to the eternal pool and complete their baptisms first." "I need to speak with your uncle," came Chonghua's cool reply. Gu Yuan shook his head, leaned in, and quietly instructed Gu Qingyuan. The young man, still smarting from Chonghua's prideful air, smirked and immediately led the two wide-eyed children toward the eternal pool. Once they'd gone, Gu Yuan exhaled deeply, then turned his gaze back to the guardian emperor. A faint smile curved his lips. "My fellow Taoist, I accept your apology," he said slowly. "But I must point out that, impressive as your wife's foresight may be, It doesn't hold a candle to my wife's, nor to several others in my circle." He let his eyes roam over the guardian emperor and the gathered onlookers before stepping forward. With a resonant boom, he planted his foot on the marble floor. A stunned silence swept the hall. Gix, aura burst forth without warning. Venerable realm power surged through the eternal pool like a tidal wave. Princess Xianxia, the heavenly guardian emperor's son, and every spectator froze, jaws agape in utter disbelief. Venerable realm," someone stammered. Before the murmurs could die down, Nalanyan glided forward with a cool smile aimed at Princess Xianxia. "Sister Xianxia," she called, her tone light as spring breeze, "you always brag about your God-King cultivation. But now that the world's true challenges lie ahead, isn't it time to push beyond God-King? At the very least, you should ascend to the Emperor realm. Don't you agree?" With that, Nalanyan radiated her own cultivation pressure. It was the subtle, sovereign force of the Emperor realm, less explosive than Ye Cheng's venerable wave, but heavier, more suffocating. Princess Xianghua's expression turned pale as the two auras tangled in the air above the eternal pool. Venerable realm and Emperor realm. The crowd buzzed with shock. What's happening here? Weren't they saying Nalanyan was crippled, her strength fallen back to early Xuan King? Someone whispered. And that she just married into a declining house? A ripple of incredulous chatter swept the gathered cultivators. In that stunned silence, Ye Cheng and Nalanyan, once underestimated, redefined the standards of power before their very eyes. A sudden tremor of power rolled through the hall, emanating from Yunxi and Nalanyan. The assembled geniuses and powerhouses staggered, especially those who had so confidently judged Nalanyan only moments before. Their minds reeled. Even the heavenly guardian emperor's son stood utterly speechless. Yet this was only the beginning. In the center of the eternal pool, a surge of energy erupted, shooting straight toward the sky before splitting into two dazzling omens. On one side, thunderclouds roiled as bolts of divine lightning rained down, a heavenly tribulation manifest. On the other, the nirvana flame burned with searing intensity, its inferno rendering mountains and rivers into illusory wisps of smoke. As these twin baptismal visions took shape, the aura around the two boys, Yunxi and Ye Cheng, fluctuated visibly, drawing every cultivator's rapt attention. There they sat, cross-legged and motionless in the pool, exuding such formidable power that even whispered breaths caught in the onlookers' throats. "I'd be happy to help. Please go ahead and paste the full chapter text you'd like me to polish and rewrite, and I'll transform it into a coherent, idiomatic English version with Ye Cheng as your male protagonist." Chapter 257, Saint Emperor Realm, 2 Saint Emperors under 10 years old. A roar of astonishment swept through the gathered cultivators as they watched the strange aura ascending above the eternal pool. The young master of the Heaven Guardian sect and his wife, Princess Xianxia, could only gape in disbelief. They had already been staggered by Guyuan and Nalanyan's formidable power, but now these two children, Yunxi and Ye Cheng, were displaying a level of cultivation that made everyone question reality. "How can prodigies like these even exist?" someone murmured. Princess Xianghua's heart nearly stopped. Her eyes were locked on the siblings, their figures glowing with Saint Emperor might. Shock warred with envy and jealousy in her gaze, but then she collected herself. As extraordinary as this was, it hadn't come out of nowhere. Rumors of such genius had swept through the 3,000 realms and even the southern Xuan divine continent in recent days, and she had certainly heard their names. Those two, aren't they the peerless prodigies on the Earth list, fated to become future saints? Princess Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. A ripple of murmurs swept through the assembly. Veteran masters of the Imperial Alliance and rising talents like Kushuan Daozi turned their full attention to the Yunxi twins standing before them in the mist-hung eternal pool, their expressions a mix of awe and exhilaration. After all, it was Yunxi and her brother, Ye Cheng, who had accomplished the unthinkable, vanquishing Qiang, the fiery demon battle body. Since emerging from the Void God Tower, Qiang had trounced every human prodigy who faced him, yet he fell before the siblings. Yunxi's victory had instantly made her a legend across the divine continent, winning not only the admiration, but even the reluctant gratitude of its entire younger generation. Until now, none had dared approach her. Facing her in person, how could they suppress their excitement and wonder? Even the heavenly guardian emperor's son couldn't contain his excitement and took a few eager steps forward, only to freeze in place the next instant. No one else seemed affected, but he and Princess Xianxia both remembered distinctly. Earlier, when they'd been speaking with Nalanyan, Yunxi and Ye Cheng had called Nalanyan Grandpa and Gu Yuan Grandma. Princess Cheng's voice trembled as she forced the question. Who are these two exactly? She stared at Nalanyan, silently praying she'd simply misheard, that perhaps he'd just happened upon these siblings and brought them here by chance. Surely there was no real family connection. But Nalanyan remained perfectly still, offering no answer. Then, from the far end of the eternal pond, two childish voices rang out in unison. Grandpa, Grandma, you've got to come see. This eternal pond's purification works better than anything else. Gu Yunxi and Gu Ye Cheng's cheerful shouts echoed across the water, breaking the tense silence. All the assembled cultivators stood agape, their eyes fixed on Nalanyan and Gu Ye Cheng, so envious they could barely contain themselves. Only Princess Xianxia and the heavenly guardian emperor remained completely paralyzed. At the sound of the young master's affectionate greeting, Princess Xianxia's heart nearly stopped beating. Jealousy contorted her features into something almost unrecognizable. Across from her, Nalanyan's expression stayed perfectly calm, but inside she was quietly delighted. She was never one to be pushed around. Beneath that serene facade lay a resolute, courageous spirit. Otherwise, she never would have abandoned her family so decisively to marry Gu Ye Cheng. Princess Xianxia had never dared to challenge her outright, yet she'd never missed a chance to sow rumors or whispers behind her back. Nalanyan may not have taken those slights to heart, but now, presented with the perfect opportunity to collect a little overdue interest, she certainly wasn't going to let it slip away. Nalanyan's gaze settled on the Heaven Guardian sect's young heir. She smiled lightly. It's truly commendable that Dao Yu has broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. His talent is beyond question, but surely your clan ought to show a bit more restraint in celebrating such achievements. Her smile sharpened as she turned to Princess Xianxia and continued in a cool, measured tone. Sister Xianxia, you talk far too much. Frankly, you don't strike me as someone cut out to be the future Empress Protector of Heaven. Those words struck Xianxia like a blow to the chest. She felt her color drain away. Without another word, Nalanyan took Gu Yuan's hand and began walking toward the eternal pond, laughter trailing behind them. At the water's edge, the pond's Taoist energies spontaneously rose up, weaving a barrier of shimmering light that hid their forms and reduced them to shifting silhouettes beneath the surface. In an instant, Nalanyan, Gu Yuan, Gu Qingyuan, and the others slipped beneath the barrier and vanished into the depths. On the shore, the Emperor Protector of Heaven and Princess Xianxia remained rooted in place, stunned into silence, none more so than Xianxia herself. Princess Xianxia's cheeks burned with a fiery mix of jealousy and disgrace, so intense it felt like her heart would burst. She clenched her fists, lips trembling as she hissed just loud enough for the onlookers to hear. Fine, yes, Nalanyan. I'll never forget this humiliation. One day you'll pay for it. A cold chill passed through the crowd at the venom in her voice. But before she could finish, a commanding shout cut through the tension. Enough! The Heavenly Guardian Emperor's voice rang out, clipped and unforgiving. Without another glance, he turned on his heel, leaving Xianxia rooted to the spot, mouth agape. The spectators whispered among themselves as he continued, expression as stern as ever. Return with me to the sect. Effective immediately, you will be sent to Qiling Yutan in the ancestral lands to cultivate in seclusion for 100 years. Only when you attain the Emperor realm may you leave it. Xianghua's eyes widened in horror. What? Husband, your majesty, what are you saying? Her voice cracked, disbelief shading every syllable. Qiling Yutan was no ordinary training ground. It was the sect's most dreaded exile. Only those who had committed grave offenses or proved utterly incorrigible were ever banished there. The very name was enough to chill a cultivator's blood. Is this your final decision? She managed, voice shaking between plea and panic. The Heavenly Guardian Emperor paused at the edge of the courtyard, his form still and unyielding in his jeweled robes. It is done. You brought shame upon our name before all. This is the only way to restore order and teach you humility." With that, he swept past her and exited the hall, leaving Chonghua alone on the marble steps, her world collapsing around her. The murmurs of the assembled disciples swelled behind her, a tide of pity, curiosity, and relief that she, and not they, had been chosen for exile. Clutching her gown, Chonghua sank to her knees, the full weight of her fate pressing down on her like a mountain. Quelling Yutan, 100 years of solitude, endless hardship, and the lonely path to the Emperor realm, and all because she had underestimated Nalan Yan and dared to humiliate her lord and husband. Tears stung her eyes, but pride held them back. As the courtyard doors closed, sealing her destiny, a single vow burned in her heart. She would return, stronger, colder, and more formidable than anyone could imagine. And when that day came, none would dare humiliate Princess Chonghua again. For someone with an unshakable spirit or exceptional talent, training in the Quelling Yutan can purify the heart and cement one's Tao foundation. But for Princess Chonghua, no amount of time, whether 100 years, 300, even 1,000, would ever be enough to propel her into the Emperor realm. The heavenly guardian emperor had grown weary of her complaints. Were she not his wife, he probably would have struck her own on the spot for her jealous, meddlesome tongue. Permitting her to cultivate in the Quelling Yutan was the height of his mercy. With a single flick of his sleeve, he swept her out of the Eternal Pond's pavilion and departed in a huff, refusing to hear another word. On the marble plaza outside, the same circle of onlookers who'd earlier jeered at Nalan Yan now muttered among themselves even more harshly. They had once declared Nalan Yan foolish for the choices she made. Now, they were already damning her grandchildren by association. The air buzzed with their whispered scorn, yet no one dared speak it aloud now that the heavenly guardian emperor had made his displeasure known. Ye Cheng's rise to venerable before the age of 50 was nothing short of astonishing. He'd vaulted past the heaven protector emperor by more than a single realm. And yet, Nalan Yan still claimed he lacked vision? If even we couldn't see this coming, we might as well have been blind. A few days later, back in Jianglin City, the Gu estate hummed with its usual energy. The Eternal Pool's spectacle was already fading into family legend, so routine, in fact, that not even Nalan Yan spoke of it at length. After Ye Cheng and his little protégés had bathed in the purifying waters and spent a day wandering the stalls of the Eternal Tao Conference, they set their course homeward without delay. Joyful news awaited them at the estate. The Gu family was preparing to celebrate yet another happy occasion. Chapter 258, Gu Family Mansion. Midday sun poured over the tiled roofs, but inside the courtyard, Ye Cheng was pacing like a caged tiger. He'd always been the picture of calm, yet today he couldn't sit still. Every few steps, he'd glance toward the guest wing where his second wife, Lan Qingxuan, lay in labor. Ye Cheng, his father, Gu Yuan, called gently, "Stay here. Your wife, your little daughter, and Lian Xin are all with her. There's nothing you can do out here but worry." At the same time, his grandfather, Nalan Yunshan, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Relax, grandson. Let them handle it." Comforted by their words, Ye Cheng forced a self-deprecating smile. He had seen births before. He'd been through fatherhood multiple times, but nothing like this. His fourth child, Gu Daoshuan, was rumored to have an innate holy body, a rarity even among the most gifted. Perhaps because of that, or simply bad timing, Lan Qingxuan's pregnancy had stretched on for 12 months without so much as a sign of labor. Now, 3 days had passed since she first went into labor, and still no newborn had appeared. Lan Qingxuan herself was no fragile lotus. A Xuanzun cultivator of formidable strength, she should have sailed through childbirth. Yet here she remained, silent behind closed doors, her fate, and that of her unborn son, hung in the balance. Ye Cheng exhaled slowly. He trusted Lan Qingxuan's power and the skill of the midwives, but a father's heart is seldom still. He took a deep breath, resolved to stay by her side, even if that meant waiting for a miracle. Ye Cheng's heart pounded so fiercely he could hardly catch his breath. His second wife lay exhausted in the delivery room, and though his divine sense told him she was stable, he still felt as if the world might collapse around her. He clenched his fists, willing himself to remain outside, but the urge to rush in was nearly impossible to resist. Then, just as his resolve faltered, a sudden, resounding cry echoed from within the chamber. Ah! At that single, clear tone, something impossible began to unfold. A soft, ancient chant, an otherworldly Tao rhyme, wafted into the air, barely perceptible at first, but growing stronger with every heartbeat. Over the Gu family estate, the sky itself seemed to respond. A shimmering light, vast and potent, coalesced overhead like a celestial dragon arcing between heaven and earth. Moments later, the dragon of light expanded into a rolling sea of purple energy, the color of supreme cultivation, spreading outward on 9 swirling clouds. It streamed across the heavens in every direction, far beyond Jianglan City, until the entire Han Qin Empire lay buried beneath its majestic glow. What is that? Nalan Yunshan's astonished voice broke the stunned silence. Beside him, Gu Yuan stared upward, eyes wide. Across Jianglan City, and indeed throughout the Han Qin Empire, cultivators paused in their training, their gazes drawn to the ethereal phenomenon above. Never before had anyone seen such a magnificent display of spiritual power. The purple tide of energy stretched from horizon to horizon, and every observer felt a thrill of disbelief and awe. Below that brilliant canopy, still in the delivery room, Ye Cheng pressed his forehead against the cool door, his worries momentarily forgotten. This was not just a sign of his child's birth, it was a proclamation to the whole world. A new life had entered the realm, and fate itself trembled at its arrival. Even outsiders would have been stunned. Even Ye Cheng, who fully understood his youngest son's remarkable potential, could not hide his astonishment at the grandeur of the vision that had just erupted. He had never imagined that the birth of an innate holy body could trigger such an awe-inspiring spectacle. Quickly regaining his composure, he hurried toward the bedroom. When he entered, Lan Qingshuan was already propped up on the bed. Though still pale and weak, she looked much better than before. In her arms lay their newborn son, Gu Daoshuan, whose tiny face was calm and peaceful. Her eyes shone with maternal pride. When she saw Ye Cheng, she managed a gentle smile and lifted the baby toward him. He took the infant in his arms, marveling at how something so delicate had emerged after a year of hope and hardship. For a moment, admiration and love filled his eyes. Yet he soon handed his son back to Lan Qingshuan, concern lacing his voice. "You've suffered so much, my love. Now it's time for you to rest and regain your strength." Before Ye Cheng could finish speaking, a sudden disturbance rippled through the air. Boom! A tremor rippled through the avenue outside, followed by a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate the very air. In the chamber, every face went pale. Ye Cheng, Zhang Lianxin, Lan Qingshuan, and Gu Yuan, each having ascended to the venerable realm, sensed the disturbance at once. Their heightened attunement to the great Tao of heaven and earth picked up a subtle quiver, as if the Tao itself were stirring in anticipation of some monumental return. Ye Cheng's eyes blazed. He pressed a hand to the sill of the window and whispered, "The Julie Mountains have been reborn." At his words, Zhang Lianxin and Lan Qingshuan exchanged worried glances. He knew, as well as they did, that only the Julie Mountains could awaken the Tao so profoundly. Ye Cheng's heart pounded. He had to set out for Julie at once. Were it not for Lan Qingshuan's imminent childbirth, he would have already departed. But the mountain's resurgence brooked no delay. The moment had come. The Julie Mountains, cradle of ancient power, had returned to the world. Lan Qingshuan slid an arm through Ye Cheng's and spoke softly. "Husband, Daoshuan has already manifested. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Let us depart for the Julie Mountains." The Julie Mountains lay at the heart of every cultivation hopeful's dreams, home to the world's foremost divine treasure and the cradle of the sacred Taoist tradition of the Julie divine sect. Not even the Ziwei Empress herself had ventured there. Within the imperial clan, only those of the younger generation, still incomplete in their strength, had been dispatched under Jiharan's command to train at its peaks. The Gu family, recognizing its immense significance, naturally intended to seize the same opportunity. Yet Ye Cheng glanced at his wife, who still bore the pallor of recent illness, and hesitated. Before he could voice his concerns, Zhang Lianxin and Gu Qingyuan stepped forward, smiles at the ready. "Brother," they chorused, "rest assured. We'll see to the household and Ladyland while you're gone. There's nothing to worry about." Beside them, Gu Yuan and Nalan Yunshan exchanged a serious look, then turned to Ye Cheng with quiet confidence. "You've our word," Gu Yuan said. "You can go in peace. We'll keep everything and everyone safe here." Lan Qingxuan met his gaze, her eyes steady. With the support of his friends and family, Gu Ye Cheng finally nodded. "All right," he agreed. "Then let us set out for the Julie Mountains. Don't worry, son. Your grandfather and I will hold down the fort. Even if a powerful enemy shows up, we can handle it." Inside the sprawling Gu estate, Gu Ye Cheng had just completed an imperial killing formation. It crackled with potent energy, jointly overseen by Nalan Yunshan, the Taoist master, and Gu Yuan, the family patriarch and a Xuanzun. Though Gu Yuan lacked the innate might of a Tianzun without the whim of fate on his side, the three of them together could repel even an emperor-level assailant. With his father's steady gaze, his grandfather's confident nod, and the firm reassurances of his sisters ringing in his ears, Ye Cheng no longer hesitated. "All right," he declared. "I'll set out for the Julie Mountains." "Daddy!" Gu Yunqi and Gu Qingchen jumped to their feet at once, their eyes bright with excitement. Ye Cheng offered a wry half-smile and shook his head. "You two have been gallivanting outside for weeks. Why do you suddenly want to tag along now?" "It's not our fault," Yunqi protested. Qingchen chimed in eagerly. "Don't forget what the Shushan Daozi said in the Shushan Tower. He insisted we must be his companions." Ye Cheng sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. He glanced at his father and grandfather, who traded amused looks. It seemed his sister's determination only strengthened now that they'd voiced it. With a resigned chuckle, he held out his hand, ready to face whatever lay ahead, together. "If we don't go pay our respects before the Julie Mountains open, he'll come after us." "That's right, he's already warned us. How can we not go?" Gu Qingchen and Gu Yunqi chimed in unison, leaving Gu Ye Cheng momentarily speechless. Nalan Yunshan leaned back with a knowing smile. "Ye Cheng, there's no harm in bringing them along. Unpolished jade still needs cutting. Besides, Qingchen is talented, and Yunqi is on the verge of Xuanzun. You won't improve by hiding away in the clan." At that, Gu Ye Cheng made up his mind. Without another word, he ushered the two boys aboard the Dauphinzo. Far ahead, the Julie Mountains were descending into the mortal realm for the first time. Dozens of sect disciples, each a rising star in his own order, pressed forward at the mountain's base, eager to stake their claim. A vast, swirling qi filled the air, and within it, dozens of teleportation vortices flickered to life. Each portal led to a different region deep within the Julie Mountains, silently beckoning the cultivators to enter. With a steady breath, Gu Ye Cheng guided Qingchen and Yunqi toward the nearest vortex. The real trial was about to begin. At the outset, a strict rule had been enacted to keep too many prodigies from descending on the Julie Mountains all at once. Otherwise, the ensuing battles would have been even more catastrophic. Now, as wave after wave of young talents poured into the valley, the disciples of the Void God Tower who followed in their master's wake seethed with envy, yet none dared rush ahead. Instead, they huddled around their Daozi, voices low and urgent. "Master," one of them murmured, "the nameless swordsman and the Yunqi siblings still haven't shown up, and the North Ming Emperor's daughter hasn't come seeking refuge." Another nodded. "Why not make an example of the Emperor's daughter first? We can deal with the nameless swordsman and his allies after we return from the Julie Mountains." Their whispered conspiracies drifted across the courtyard, laced with ambition and impatience, entirely oblivious to the storm of talent already gathering beyond the gate. Chapter 259. High above the swirling mists of Shenzhou, atop the gleaming heights of Shushan Tower, Shushan Daozi studied the horizon with serene composure. At his side, Qiang leaned forward, voice barely more than a whisper. "Master," Qiang murmured, "should we eliminate Jian Rushuang now, to send a clear warning?" Shushan Daozi waved away the suggestion with a faint smile. "No, Jian Rushuang is nothing but a disciple of Wu Ming. Killing her before confronting her master serves no purpose. We'll head to the Julie Mountains first." Qiang's eyes brightened. He bowed deeply. "Yes, master, we'll spare Jian Rushuang for the moment." A cluster of young prodigies, Tianjiao disciples of Shushan Tower, nodded in agreement. "Master Qiang speaks wisely. Let her live. She's talented. Who knows what she might unearth in the Julie Mountains? When she emerges, your majesty can claim both her and any treasures she's gathered." Pride gleamed in their voices. Among the other rising stars gathered below, murmurs of approval rippled through the ranks. Jian Rushuang, celebrated across Shenzhou as one of its foremost young prodigies, was hailed everywhere. Yet here, atop the Void God Tower, she was little more than an insect beneath their sandal straps. Satisfied, Xu Daozi folded his arms and turned his gaze toward the distant Julie peaks. "Very well. Let us depart," he declared, calm and unhurried. "We shall see what awaits us there." A hush fell over the gathered prodigies as they gazed at the Void God Taoist. Clad in ebony robes that billowed like storm clouds, he exuded an aura as fathomless and oppressive as the void itself. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The nameless swordsman had yet to arrive, and the Yunqi siblings were nowhere in sight. Anxiety tightened their chests. "Julie Mountain is pivotal," one young genius murmured. The Ziwei Palace saw fit to send Ji Haoran, but even the nameless prince and the Yunqi twins dare not show. Are they truly so intimidated by this void god Taoist? 3 million years ago, the Shushan Tower stamped out an era, another added in a low voice. If he's as powerful now, I dread what might happen. Their subdued murmurs only brightened Shushan Daozi's pride. Yet, he did not stride forward into the mountain's maw. Instead, with a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned his attendant, Qiang. Though the Nameless One and the Yunqi siblings from the 3,000 realms have not appeared, we must guard against every possibility. Qiang glanced at him, startled. "Your Majesty, what preparations do you have in mind?" Master Shushan Daozi offered a faint smile. "The Julie Mountains competition will attract prodigies from every corner. No one with talent would pass up such an opportunity. I wouldn't be surprised if the mysterious swordsman or the Yunqi siblings show up eventually. Once the portal opens, it stays active for a full month. If they're late by even a few days, they could miss us entirely." At Shushan Daozi's assessment, Qiang's eyes lit up. "Understood. I'll post myself at the entrance to Julie Mountains. The moment the mysterious swordsman or the Yunqi siblings arrive, I'll capture and subdue them." "Perfect," Shushan Daozi approved with a nod. The mysterious swordsman's origin remains unknown, and the Yunqi siblings are famous wherever they go. Few can recognize them by sight, except you. Having you on guard here puts my mind at ease." Qiang remembered his previous defeat at the hands of Gu Yunqi. The impression the Yunqi siblings had left on him was indelible. Thanks to Shushan Daozi's help in reshaping his god and demon combat body, his own strength had now grown considerably stronger. His fiery demon bloodline had now been purified to 90%, far surpassing even the average great god demon in both power and potential. It was precisely this overwhelming strength that fueled Qiang's burning hatred for Gu Yunqi. And now, given Taoist Shushan's orders, how could he contain his excitement? "Your Highness," Qiang intoned, voice cold and resolute, "rest assured. Read that I will carry out your command. I swear I will capture Gu Yunqi alive and deliver her into your hands for judgment." Each word dripped with venomous resolve, hatred surging within him like an unstoppable tide. Taoist Shushan's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Without another word, he motioned to his subordinates and strode into the Julie Mountains teleportation gate. As the others followed, Qiang remained behind, eyes ablaze with fanatic eagerness, rubbing his hands in anticipation of Yunqi and Ye Cheng's impending arrival. Far above the mortal realm, 2 spirit boats drifted together across the sea of clouds, their hulls cutting through mist like silent predators. On the starboard vessel stood Ye Cheng, his hand firm on the tiller of the Dafan boat. Beside him, his younger sister peered ahead with wide, curious eyes. "Little brother, little sister," called a voice from the portside boat. "You're both so young, and yet you're bound for the Julie Mountains? Are you quite prepared for what lies ahead?" Ye Cheng exchanged a brief glance with his sister, determination shining in his gaze. Whatever dangers awaited them beyond the clouds, they would face them together. Across the river of mist, a second spirit boat drifted into view. Its decorations were modest, soft banners, muted lacquer, but the vessel itself seemed to hum with barely contained power. This was no ordinary craft. It belonged to a sect that had mastered the highest tier of 6th-order spirit boats, its overall grade nearly rivaling the legendary Dafan boat. Tucked into one shadowed recess, a faint Dao resonance pulsed. Only those with keen insight could detect the pale glow of an ancient seal inscribed with the character Ye. In that moment, its true heritage became clear. It was born of one of the great archaic Ye clans, the foremost among Shenzhou's current holy-level sects. Stepping onto the deck was not the venerable clan goddess, but the Ye family's young noble lady, Ye Cheng. Clad in flowing purple robes that whispered against the wooden planks, she seemed no more than 20 years old, with a willowy figure and graceful poise. Her dark eyes widened with surprise as she recognized Gu Yunxi and her brother, Ye Cheng, approaching. When the siblings confessed they were bound for the Julie Mountains to undertake their next phase of training, a soft smile curved Ye Chen's cherry-red lips, a quiet, welcoming gesture befitting her noble birth. Ye Chen's composed grace left the surrounding Ye family children, boys and girls alike, momentarily speechless. "Sister, we really aren't joking," one of them blurted. "That's right," another chimed in. Gu Yunxi stepped forward, concern clear in her voice. "We believe you, sister," she said. At her side, Gu Cheng nodded in agreement. Yes, of course we believe you." Ye Chen's maternal instinct softened her expression. She tucked away her playful smile and nodded solemnly. The Yi family onlookers exchanged incredulous looks. Although anyone of sufficient talent could enter the Nine Li Mountains to train, these two were still so young. Were they really planning to leave home for those perilous peaks? A teasing laugh rang out. "Little brother, little sister," one of the girls said, "are you two aiming to follow in Yunxi and Ye Cheng's footsteps, make a name for yourselves on the Earth Registry, then head off to Divine Continent before you're even out of your teens?" "Follow in their footsteps?" Gu Yunxi rolled her eyes. "Is that what you think?" The Ye family children's excitement flickered to awe. Training in the Nine Li Mountains was no trivial matter, especially for children their age. Yet the determination shining in Yunxi and Ye Cheng's eyes left them with no choice but to believe. The hall fell silent, as everyone waited to hear what Ye Chen would say next. Gu Yunxi and Gu Ye Cheng both froze in surprise. Before anyone else could speak, Ye Cheng burst out, his tone trembling with disbelief. "Sister, what are you talking about? We're the Yunxi siblings. We were on our way to the Julie Mountains to train." Chapter 260. Ha ha ha! I can't take it anymore. These two kids are absolutely hilarious. A cluster of Ye family youngsters burst into laughter as they watched Gu Yunxi and Gu Ye Cheng standing there with grave expressions. The very siblings whispered about in hushed tones. Were these really the legendary Yunxi brother and sister? They must be pulling their legs. Claiming to be the dynasty's new champions and on the fast track to high office at the Hanlin Academy, it was like a toddler, fresh to speech, solemnly announcing in a baby voice that he'd soon be prime minister. Charming, yes, but believable to any grown-up? Hardly. Even Ye Chen couldn't help smiling. Yunxi and Ye Cheng, what extraordinary people they must be, two peerless prodigies, destined for greatness. Yet here they were, speaking as if their future eminence were already a done deal. It was too amusing for words. Gu Ye Cheng couldn't help but ponder the implications. A talent like that must come from an extraordinary lineage, an ancient clan whose pedigree might even eclipse the Ye families. Though, true to form, they kept their existence shrouded in secrecy. When outstanding heirs such as Yunxi and his brother traveled beyond their borders, they never went without the highest possible protection. A mere Xuan emperor's escort wouldn't suffice. They required at least the personal retinue of a reigning heavenly emperor. He thought of his own Ye family's prodigy, the so-called Goddess of Ye. She'd departed for the Julie Mountains days before their party, and while waiting for the mountain pass to open, she was guarded by 3 heavenly emperor-level bodyguards. More astonishing still, a Saint Emperor Realm ancestor had come out of seclusion, lurking in the shadows solely to watch over her. If such formidable security accompanied Yunxi and his brother, what kind of entourage would the younger siblings ahead of them have? And what might it signify for whoever lay at the heart of so much secrecy? Ye Chen and the other Ye family ladies couldn't help but glance toward the white-robed swordsman strolling across the deck of the great Brahma ship. His sudden arrival had interrupted their conversation. Several of them, Ye Chen included, blushed at the unexpected distraction, yet they recovered their composure almost instantly. Still, the brief flash of surprise in their eyes and the quickened beating of their hearts betrayed a deeper excitement behind their polite silence. He was breathtakingly handsome, every feature rendered in perfect ethereal detail, as if some celestial artist had painted him into reality. The air around him seemed to hum with a transcendent energy, setting him apart from all who stood nearby. This captivating figure was none other than Ye Cheng. Word of his achievements had already spread through noble circles. Though barely in his late teens, he had stormed the ranks all the way to the Divine Emperor realm, and rumors even whispered of his imminent breakthrough to Heavenly Emperor. Such prodigious talent, woven together with that peerless beauty, was almost unimaginable at his age. No wonder every lady aboard the great Brahma ship found herself spellbound the moment he drew near. The group escorting the brother and sister into the Julie Mountains consisted entirely of cultivators from their father's generation, at best heavenly emperors, or perhaps divine emperors. Even accounting for secret agents, the strongest among them could only be Xuanzun heavenly emperors. How could such a lineup have anything to do with Yunxi and her sister? Ye Cheng couldn't suppress a slight shake of her head. She clearly didn't believe a word of it. Yunxi began uncertainly. Enough, Xier, Chener. Ye Cheng cut her off. There's no point in saying more. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the great Brahma boat, Ye Cheng observed everything through his vastly powerful consciousness. Not the smallest shift, even a whisper of movement within 1,000 miles, escaped his notice. He already knew Ye Cheng and her companions wouldn't act up to mere claims. Unless Yunxi and Qingchen demonstrated their true strength, words would count for nothing. But why bother proving themselves? They'd only met by chance and traveled together briefly. Whether others believed them or not made no real difference. Just then, Yunxi forced a polite smile and stepped forward as Ye Cheng drew near. "Dao companion," she said quietly, regaining her composure, "we apologize for our earlier loss of confidence." At that moment, the sibling's father, who had been watching from the bow, finally met Ye Cheng's gaze. His eyes flickered with interest as he prepared to address the newcomer. Ye Cheng dipped her head in apology. Regardless of the reason, their earlier laughter had been discourteous. The other Ye family heirs followed suit, bowing respectfully to Ye Cheng. He waved them off with a faint smile. Etiquette mattered little to him. Instead, he turned his attention to the matter at hand, the Julie Mountains. "I'm aware they exist," he said, "but what exactly lies within? Hidden vaults? Rare relics? Anything of substantial value?" No amount of digging by his intelligence network, or even the resources of the Tianshu Pavilion, had yielded those details yet. Only now, faced with these questions, did Ye Cheng and her cousins exchange knowing glances. Their earlier suspicions were confirmed. Ye Cheng and his companion, Yunxi, were clearly envoys from some venerable household. After all, if they truly were the famed Yunxi siblings, their own family would possess comprehensive knowledge of the Julie Mountains. And in that moment, the Ye family realized just how far apart they stood from these two newcomers. One was on solid, familiar earth. The other hovered in the rarefied air of legend. Ye Cheng and the other members of the Ye family showed no trace of arrogance. Instead, she patiently answered every question and even took the time to fill in Ye Cheng on the essentials of the Julie Mountains. "First and foremost among the divine treasures here," Ye Cheng explained, "are the countless sacred herbs that the Julie divine religion once planted and nurtured, along with the faith's inherited martial techniques and its vast treasury of high-level spells. Beyond those, the greatest prize of all is the personal legacy left behind by the religion's ancestors who broke into the Holy Realm. If you're exceptionally fortunate, their lingering spirits might notice you, and you could become their chosen disciple, inheriting their power and wisdom." With each point she made, Ye Cheng's understanding of the Julie Mountains grew clearer. He listened intently and nodded repeatedly, absorbing every detail. At the end, Ye Cheng added, "Fellow Taoist, don't pay too much mind to those top-tier inheritances." She laughed softly. "Those prized legacies are all claimed by the first wave of prodigies who entered the Julie Mountains. We later arrivals don't need to compete with them." The other Yi family disciples echoed her sentiment with nods. The earliest group of geniuses indeed possessed the greatest talent and the highest confidence, so they fought fiercest for the best opportunities. By comparison, subsequent entrants, whose abilities were more ordinary, aimed much lower. Even discovering a few imperial medicines or imperial war horses would leave them content. In Ye Xian's eyes, Ye Cheng and his companions clearly belonged to that latter category. Hearing her modest words, Ye Cheng couldn't help but smile. He offered a respectful bow and said, "Your guidance has been invaluable. I won't forget this kindness." He made no promises of repayment. His sincere gratitude was enough. Ye Cheng had secretly placed a divine mark on Ye Xian and the others. That way, if they lost their way inside the Julie Mountains, he could sense their location through the mark and, if necessary, project himself to their side to help. Of course, Ye Xian and her companions remained completely unaware of this safeguard. When Ye Cheng offered his thanks in return for their travel advice, Ye Xian waved him off with a bright smile. "You're far too polite, Dao companion," she said. "This information isn't precious. Truly, there's no need for thanks." As she spoke, the ragged silhouette of the Julie Mountains emerged on the horizon. A hush fell over the group. "Look, that's the Julie Mountains," someone whispered. "And see that narrow pass? There aren't many people using it." At the mountain's edge, the swirling chaos of Qi had condensed into a pale, silvery mist, like a vast blue dragon coiling around a 100,000-mile range. Within that mist, several faintly glowing transmission vortices appeared, their shimmering portals hinting at the dangers and wonders that lay beyond. Compared with the bustling crowds that had swarmed every teleportation vortex when Julie Mountain first opened, the entrance was now almost eerily quiet. Exactly what Ye Xian and her relatives had been hoping for. They could finally pick their path through the mountain without interference. Just as they readied themselves to step forward, a distant boom echoed across the valley. Lady Ye, the matriarch of the Ye family, turned to her kin and Ye Cheng with a satisfied smile. "See? There's hardly anyone left here. Let's move." But no sooner had she spoken than another thunderous roar split the air. A rolling wave of dark, demonic energy surged toward them, blotting out the path. Ye Xian's smile vanished, and the other members of the Ye clan stiffened, eyes widening in alarm. That's Shu Shen's demonic aura," someone gasped. "A disciple of Shu Shen Tower." Ye Cheng tightened his grip on his sword. "Why would Shu Shen Tower block our way?" he demanded, voice low but tense. All at once, the clear route into Julie Mountain lay cut off, the dark tide of energy pressing in, and with it, an unspoken threat that would not be ignored.